Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here with a very special one-shot this evening called a Scattershot. That's what I call the one-shots that I run in the Caldera setting. It's a homebrew fantasy western setting that I use, and we run D&D 5e with it, and it works really well. It's actually the first thing that I ran on this channel. I ran a campaign that lasted for 15 sessions, and I actually just went back and checked, and I missed the anniversary of me starting my channel, which was on the 10th of October. I have been doing this for 6 fucking years. There you go. Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much. By the way, if bad language is something that bothers you, ta-da! Maybe you shouldn't be watching this. Also, mature subject matter, that too. Or immature potty humor, because that happens here too. But if all of those things are things that you like, well then, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, plug anything that they would like to plug, etc., etc., and then I think we can get started. Oh, by the way, I guess I should tell you, if you can't see, the title of this Scattershot is Ghost Town. Yeah. So I'm very excited to be bringing this game to the screen. We were supposed to play last month. Didn't work out. So we're here now. -1 Jackson. Jackson, we miss you. Hopefully work isn't too much of a pain in the ass. If it is, tell him fuck him. All right. We will get started. I'm going to pass things over to... Everybody's in a different place, and it's throwing me for a loop. Kenya, let's start with you.
Man. Hi, everyone. I'm Kenya.
Or not.
No, it's fine. I'm here. Can you not hear me? Okay. No, just, getting picked first. Anyways, so I'm Kenya. You can find me on my Twitch channel and Twitter at AcerSin. Jeremy's really good about putting the linkies down below, so I'm sure it'll be down there. Tonight, I'm excited to play with everybody here tonight and in this interesting world. And tonight I am playing, if you can't tell by the horns, I am playing Belmia. Belmia's a very friendly little buffalo tar who she just loves hanging out with her friends and talking about Pappy Matthias and all the interesting life lessons that he's taught her. And I'm going to do a terrible Western accent all night. So that's it. That's me. I'm Belmia.
Fantastic. I expect there to be a slew of terrible Southern accents, which is fine, because I live in the South, so I can sniff it out like a bloodhound. But I'm eager to see everybody's attempt. Mine will probably even be bad. So that's pretty par for the course, though. All right, next up we have Matt.
Hey everybody, I'm Matt. I run a channel called A Fistful of Dice, and I make RPG books with Absolute Tabletop. We're actually kickstarting a book right now called The Battle for Arctur's Vault. It's our 3rd adventure kit, and we actually just funded today, this afternoon, actually, shortly before this game. We hit our funding goal and then kind of shot past it quite a bit, so that's really exciting. If you're interested in checking that out, you just search Kickstarter for adventure kit. It should pop up. Tonight, I'm playing Wilford Grimstone, who is he's done some time in the mines, and he's seen some shit down there that he'd rather not talk about, frankly.
Absolutely. Very much congratulations, by the way, on funding on the Kickstarter. I saw that today. I saw it teetering like $99 short or $100 short or whatever it was, and I was like, oh, come on. And the next thing I knew,
it was sitting at that number for way too long. We're all just sitting here just like, come on, like somebody.
But I'm glad that it finally rolled over. And then the next time I checked, it had been so I'm very, very happy and excited for you guys. I've loved the first 2 adventure kits, and I can't wait to get my hands on this one. I'm probably going to use it to run Halo again. I'm pretty sure. I think it'll be a good fit, just from what you guys have said about it. All right, next up, speaking of what you've said about it, Austin.
threw me off there. Not the way I was expecting you to go. I am Austin. I will be playing. Oh, let's think about this for a second. Well, here, I'll describe him first. I'll be playing. Well, no, fuck it. I'll be playing Dusty Callahan. Now, the thing about Dusty is he grew up around the Dorathians. He didn't learn too much from them city folk. Didn't spend a lot of time with them. Now his parents were Luzite missionaries, of course, but they done up and get gone now. So it's going to be interesting to see how things turned out, because he learned a little bit from the Dorathians, but at the same time, I do think that he picked up a few shooting tricks from his old pa before he left town. So excited to see how things roll out.
I cannot wait. This is great. All right, next we have Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen, also known as Myth and Gears. Channel's awfully quiet right now, but eventually, hopefully, we'll get that back up and running. But tonight, I get to play Mad Molly McGee. It's kind of like Dusty, but she's like ancient and got no teeth. So it's going to be lots of fun. These young whippersnappers got some things they got to learn. And that Dusty, if he turns out to be a hippie, no get-going person like his parents, we're going to have problems. But that's all I got right now.
Karen, you were talking about how I've laughed at your bad Southern accents many times before. This is the most accurate one that I've ever heard you have. I'm pretty sure I have relatives who have shown up to a church potluck who sound exactly like that. So, fantastic. Oh my god. All right, last but certainly not least, we have M.
Hi, I'm Em. I run the channel Dice on Ice, which right now we're running through Curse of Strahd, which my players always make the most evil choice. It seems like that's just how it's happening. So we're running with it, and it's exciting. But today I will be playing Cash Wade, who doesn't have an accent, and I feel really out of place now. I can do one accent, and that's it, and it won't fit in here. So, but I'm sure he will fit in nonetheless. He is a orc bard, so I am super excited to play.
Yeah, I cannot wait. All of you are fantastic for agreeing to be a part of this game and for agreeing to stay on since we didn't get to play when it was originally scheduled, and finding the time out of your busy schedules to reschedule. So thank you very much for that. It is dearly appreciated. Anybody who mentioned a channel, you should be able to find that in the description of the video. Please do take the time to go check them out. Give them likes, loves, hugs, whatever else you want to send them. I don't know. But I think we might be ready. Everybody ready? Let's do it. A 100 miles east of Godsend lies the town of Brokenreed. Its story started out much the same as many of its kind out here in the Caldera. Folks just trying to scratch out a living from its marshlands. All of them, with their own prospects and ambitions. And just like folks elsewhere, they had their fair share of dark secrets and pasts that they would rather leave back east. Funny thing about history is that it's doomed to repeat itself. And the deeper you bury those skeletons from your past, the more damning they are when they claw their way back up to the surface. A noble family from the integrated realms by the name of Chattington had a son who came out west. He settled in Brokenreed 4 months ago and was due to marry. Apparently, they took issue with the matter, and since then, they ain't had word from him. So they paid the likes of you and your posse to check up on things. But the closer you got, the more stories you heard about folks that set out for this town and were never heard from again. Just outside of town, you spot a strange talisman hanging from a tree. A bundle of different animal bones bearing symbols in red paint. Who is it that we see approaching this talisman?
I think Cash is whistling to himself as he does a little, as he's kind of wandering up some of these walkways, and he's whistling to himself, and he looks down as he almost misses, almost steps right into a cracked piece of wood, soaking himself and possibly falling in. Ooh. Well, isn't this a lovely place? And he is going to look at that talisman up there, and he looks at it for a while. Well, that's a design choice. Fits with the scenery. I like it. And he smiles, kind of like tips it a little bit so that it kind of rattles. You hear the bones just like as they rattle ominously, as he kind of looks at this dreary landscape town.
I see the folks around these parts are them superstitious lots, throwing things up in trees and such. What do you think they're trying to ward off?
Probably spiders. I'm afraid of spiders, so that's what I would want to ward against.
Spiders.
They have too many legs. Mm-hmm.
Back in the mines, there used to be spiders that were bigger than a donkey. Couldn't hear them coming, though, until they was right on top of you.
Ooh.
Well, you know, Belmia walks up. Well, Pappy Matthias, he always used to say, well, Belmia, we got all these pieces of crazy in us, and some of us, it's just bigger than others. This looks like a whole lot of crazy put this up here.
All right. Anybody?
Dusty would walk over to the to the talisman and peer up at it for a second. He's kind of a thin, lanky, dusty man, and he's looking up at this thing, and he goes, "Well, I gotta say, looks like this ain't no donkey spider bones. I think this is, I don't know. I'm thinking it's a baby." And it's clearly animal. And he's like, yeah, no, this seems like a human baby. These people hanging babies up.
I didn't know babies had beaks. That is terrifying.
He takes another look at it. He goes, "Oh, he kind of turns around to the side. Oh no, I didn't understand what that was. I thought that was something different. Never mind.
Never seen a baby?
Or a person of any kind before?
What do you think it was?
He just kind of turns his head and looks off like, well, we should get heading.
Yep.
All right. Anybody that wishes to attempt can roll a religion check, or like we talked about it in the chat, nature, maybe survival, if you wanted to try to identify, what it was made from. 2, yeah, that's definitely not going to be informative. 10, that's 5 times as good, but Molly, you're fairly certain that obviously the skull seems to be that of some kind of large bird. But some of the rest of the bones look like they might be deer. Probably to your best guess. It's kind of what it looks like the spine might be made out of.
That ain't no baby. That's a freaking bird. And in our parts, we call them a deer bird because it has like a deer spine and this beak.
At least it's not a spider.
Or a donkey.
It's closer to donkey than the spider for sure. But are you really scared of spiders, Cash?
There's way too many legs. And why are they hairy? Why? Why do they need that?
Why do you need hair?
Spiders don't have bones.
What?
Yeah, his bones is on the outside instead of the inside. That's unnatural.
Cash looks truly horrified that at this revelation.
That's why they squish so damn good.
Well, are y'all thinking we should take that down, or should we just not mess with it?
I sure as hell ain't touching it.
Yeah, I've always heard that it seems like bad luck to come into somebody's abode and start moving their things around. So I say we leave it alone. We're in their town.
They could be celebrating something. Maybe they're having a party. Maybe they heard we were coming.
Maybe
They
there's
make a
something
lovely
worse.
noise.
Should we shake them? Are they like bells?
Ash is gonna hit it again to make that like rattly noise.
Sounds like my knees when I get up in the morning.
Y'all can call down whatever shit is going to come as a result of this, but I'm moving on.
All right.
So you press on towards the town proper, entering Brokenreed. And as you enter, the clouds in the western sky are beginning to change colors. The town is completely empty. Your druid, though he may not be able to tell a baby from a bird, will very quickly be able to inform you that there's not even wildlife present. There's no birds, there's no insects, there's no wild dogs, no cattle, nothing. And as odd as it might be, your bard seems to have maybe had some kind of premonition. There are decorations of some sort hung up all over the town, as if there was some celebration that was being decorated for. But you can see that these have long been exposed to the elements. Something feels off about this place. One of you, a volunteer, if you would, please. Karen. All right. Molly, about the time that you notice there's just something off about the way this town feels, that's when you notice the first of the skeletons. The bodies of the townsfolk seem almost as if they were decorations themselves. A grim ornamentation added to what might have once been a normal vista here in Brokenreed. Many of these people appear to have simply died where they stood or sat. As you pass by the saloon, you look inside, people are still sitting at the tables where they were drinking or playing cards. Several are collapsed at the foot of the bar. A bottle or a glass not far from their hand. The town is eerily silent.
I'm not sure. I don't think that this is a good sign.
I got a feeling we're too late to help anybody.
Oh, all I got to say is that this is a dead party.
Dusty is gonna walk around behind the bar and see if there is still a corked bottle of some sort of liquor.
Absolutely.
And if so, yeah, he'll pull it out, get like 5 dusty glasses out, and just kind of like, you know, run the inside of his shirt like out of like around them. And it doesn't really do much. It's like sweaty and grimy itself. It just kind of adds to the grime. And he'll set those out and just pour the 5 glasses. Say,
Well, this seems as good of a place as any to plan our next move.
As Dusty's doing so, Cash is going to put his hand on Dusty's as he's like pouring this. These people could have died from poison. And he looks down pointedly at the jug of alcohol.
Dusty will go ahead and sniff the opening, see if it smells right.
I mean,
If you've already poured like a glass or a shot in one, Molly's already chugging it back.
yeah, Dusty, it smells like moonshine. I mean, it's the kind of stuff that makes your nose hairs curl.
Ooh, well, this could kill you, but only if you try smoking while you're drinking it.
Wilford has this like ridiculous mustache that just sort of curls over his mouth, and he will kind of reach up and sort of like lift it up out of the way and take the shot and then slam the cup down and let his mustache sort of droop back over his mouth. He says, yeah, that may have killed him, actually.
Belmia walks up to the bar and reaches out and grabs one of the glasses, and before she takes her drink, she holds it up and she goes, well, Pappy Macias always used to say, make sure you drink upstream from the herd. And she'll just take her shot.
Ash has like a ridiculously tiny pocket watch that he holds in his hand. Well, it's a normal size pocket watch, but it looks very tiny in his hand as he takes it out, and he kind of looks. He's looking at Molly as he's like looking down at the watch, looking back up at Molly, looking down, back up. All right, not poisoned, and he's going to take a shot.
For a second there, I thought you were waiting for me to just die. I mean, I've been on this earth for, well, I lost count how many years it's been. And let me tell you, no looking at a watch is going to cause me to keel over.
Cash just kind of slaps Molly on the back and laughs. You're right. Even if it was poisoned, you probably wouldn't have died.
True that. I probably drank much poison in my life. What way my husband cooked. Oh, she spits on the floor.
Well, everybody here's dead. What are we gonna do?
Well, I will say I'm real proud of you folk because none of you said rifle through their pockets. And I run with some folks before that would have jumped right to that. So just wanted to commend you.
He starts kind of eyeing the skeletons.
That being said, we should see if there are any clues that are on said dead bodies.
And in the course of doing this, if we happen to alleviate them of some of their accessories.
I mean, they ain't using it.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not good to take from the dead.
Hmm.
I ain't one to tell you what to do, but I'll just tell you, that's going to bring some misfortune on you if you do it.
It's true.
We should at least search them to see if there's anything on them that might tell us what happened to them. I mean, we got
By
an
all
idea about
means.
why they were here, but maybe
Any
there's
of-
something that killed them.
Any of them look like they were about to get married, or maybe they were just married. Aren't we? Aren't we chasing down some married boy?
So you notice that a lot of these folk definitely have kind of their Sunday best on. It has definitely been worn by the elements for some time, but it is fancier clothes than most folk would wear on a day-to-day basis.
So they were having a party.
Anyone?
Isn't that just so nice?
Well, it is. If you're gonna die having fun. Do we see a church coming in here?
Definitely.
Anyone want to go mosey on over and check out the church with me?
There we go. See, I knew sitting and planning for a little while would give us some good ideas.
Sure, honey, I'll hold your hand and keep your company so the big spiders don't get you. Oh, wait, no, that's you, Cash. You must come too, just in case.
I know the perfect tune. Spiders won't come for 100 yards. He begins to whistle this very happy song as he walks out.
Molly mutters under her breath, and nobody will come within 100 feet of you.
As you make your way through the town towards the church, and it's adjoining the cemetery, everybody roll perception for me, please. Woo. Okay. All right. So everyone except for Cash, who is very engrossed in his tune. He's playing with everything that he's got to try to keep these spiders at bay. Everyone else happens to notice as you're making your way through town that you see a woman standing in the window of the second story in the biggest house in town, kind of watching you walk past as you make your way to the church.
Hey there, Cash, hold up. Did anybody else see the woman in the window up there? Cash,
Yeah. Town ain't as deserted as it might seem.
Maybe we
Seems we got ourselves at least one survivor or a perpetrator.
either way, we should check it out.
Should I go knock on the
Maybe she
door?
knows. That's what people do.
Wilford will walk up to the front door and with the butt end of his pickaxe just boop, boop, boop on the door.
You rap on the door, Wilford, and with the last kind of successive thunk, the door creaks open.
I sort of like push the door the rest of the way open with the pickaxe, but don't step inside, and I'll call into the house. Hello? Anyone home?
I'd like to keep an eye on the window while he's doing the calling.
Okay. Molly, you kind of plant yourself across the street or something so that you can kind of get a good vantage point. And this woman hasn't moved. She hasn't done anything or reacted in any way. Wilford, as you push the door further open and you call inside, you hear no response. But not far, you see a pair of boots sticking out of an open doorway, kind of at the end of the hallway that this front door kind of opens into.
I think we got more bodies in here. Hey, someone come watch my back. I want to check this out.
Belmia, walks in and squeezes through the door, and she pulls her axe off of her back and just kind of holds it and hangs it down, watching his back.
You know I'm going to mess with this with you here, Belmia. And I will go and sort of, with the pickaxe again, sort of nudge the boots.
Kind of enter this kind of narrow space that almost like bisects the house, kind of running from back to front, and the staircase leading upstairs kind of runs parallel to it. There's like a landing that you pass by, and you get to this open doorway where these boots are kind of sticking out, and you can see that it is a very well-dressed, what is now a skeleton. Your guess is it might have been an elf. The skeleton is pretty slight, pretty slender. And there's a tray that is like sat on the ground with like all of its contents spilled out onto the floor nearby. It looks like the tray was likely dropped. And the glasses that were on it are broken, shattered, and whatever contents they held are long since evaporated or drained into the floor.
Yep. Another dead in here. Looks like, I don't know, maybe some kind of servant or something. He was carrying a tray.
Well, should we head up them stairs and see what's going on with the lady in the window?
Suppose.
You want me to go first? I don't mind. I can do that for you.
I'm more afraid of stuff I can't see, so I'll go first.
Okay.
And I put the pickaxe on my back and bring out this just ridiculous sort of sawed-off shotgun, and I hold it sort of clutched at the hip, and I sort of very slowly go up the stairs, trying to be like stealthy if possible, but I imagine that the stairs are fairly creaky, so.
Yeah, you can roll a stealth if you'd like. Anybody who's heading up the stairs, I would definitely say it's a disadvantage because this is an old rickety wooden staircase.
That's 19 even with disadvantage.
All right, Bill, me, you got a 1. You rolled a 1. Beautiful. Wilford, you having been around caves and caverns and spelunking and things for most of your life, I imagine you're probably used to scaffolding and wooden stairs and things. So you probably anticipate that these are probably going to be a little bit of a an alarm system, as it were. So you kind of are careful to kind of stick to the outside where you think the nails are so that it's, supported better. Belmia comes up behind you and is just like, kathum, kathum, kathum. Like every step that she's stepping on like echoes through this empty house. You're pretty certain it echoes through all of Brokenreed.
I probably should have mentioned I'm not really the stealthy type.
With every step on the stairs, Wilfred like flinches as if it is like physically paining him, and he sort of turns around and looks at Belmia and says, oh, "That's all right. Don't worry about it."
You head up. It sounds like, okay, Dusty is coming up behind Belmia. And the three of you kind of traipse your way up these stairs. And at the top landing, you see another skeleton. This one's seated in a chair, just kind of somewhat slumped over. It looks like probably just due to the natural gravity of just having been here a while. Very much kind of dressed in a similar fashion to the body that you saw downstairs. It very much looks like a servant of the house. Beside where this skeleton is standing or sitting, there is a door that is closed, and then the landing kind of continues kind of back around on itself, and there's several other doors that lead to a variety of different rooms up here.
Is there anything on this body that we're seeing that looks like any kind of weapon was used or anything like that?
You can roll me an investigation if you'd like. Or medicine, if you have that.
Well, Mia's, she's not good at either of those. A 12. Investigation.
You're kind of inspecting this skeleton's, kind of clothing first to see if maybe there's a bullet hole or blood stains or anything like that. You don't really find anything like that, but just about the time that you've kind of like stopped doing what you're doing, you kind of let go of like the lapel of their collared shirt or what have you, and a skeleton, or a spider crawls out of the skull of this skeleton.
What kind of spider?
Like a small
common
wolf spider.
or like a
Yeah, fairly
spider?
common grass spider.
Okay.
Tell Cash not to come up here.
Don't just tell them they're spiders. They'll stay down there.
We got spiders.
Cash is like whistling outside and he looks to Molly. They're in danger.
Wally's across the street and just kind of looking at you. She's still looking at the window, watching the female in the window. Just kind of maybe gives a glance to Cash as he's like, they're in trouble. They'll be fine. She hasn't moved. I mean, what
You
could
see like Cash is like pale as he hears that, and he like looks over into the darkness. We'll give him a few minutes, and then we'll go charging up. Those spiders, they're shifty.
Molly looks at Cash and a little bit inside of her just kind of relents a little bit from the ribbon she's been giving him. No, Cash. I could use some help over on this side of the road here. My eyes aren't quite what they used to be. Maybe you could help me watch.
Yeah, Cash. As soon as you say that, he kind of stands up, kind of puffs his chest out. Of course. What do you need?
That there woman up there in the window. Is she moving? I can't
Cash
tell.
kind of takes a few steps back and squints up at the window. The lady's still there.
She is.
What does she look like? Is she like can Cash distinguish anything noteworthy?
So the window itself is fairly grimy. It looks like a lot of the rest of the stuff here in the town, like it's just dust and weathering and stuff that has caked on and hasn't been cleaned. But you can tell just by her frame that she's likely human. Doesn't look particularly old necessarily. Probably middle-aged or younger. Looks like she has a fairly nice dress on, and every once in a while you can see her reach up and like rub at the corners of her eyes with what you're guessing is a handkerchief.
Cash wants to go back and he wants to try and get her attention, like kind of waving his arms.
She's looking down at you and she kind of raises a hand and just kind of politely gives a curt little wave back.
Cash smiles over at Molly. She seems nice.
Molly just kind of nods and looks at Cash. Well done, boy. Well done. Now what?
Well, I assume the others are going to talk to her. Maybe she knows something. They should warn her about that spider, though.
Maybe you can sing your song. Serenade her a little bit.
That's a perfect idea, Molly. And he like looks up at the woman and just kind of outstretches his arms towards her and begins to whistle his tune.
Those of you inside the house hear Cash begin to loudly whistle once more. It might be because of Dusty's warning. You're not sure, but it could be.
Jeremy, I know you mentioned the house is fairly large, but am I able to, based on where I saw the woman in the window, am I able to like discern which room that would have been now that we're up here on the second floor?
Yeah, certainly. The door that is beside this seated skeleton is the one that you're fairly certain leads to the room where you saw this woman standing by the window.
I turn to Dusty and Belmia and say, I'm going to kick open this here door. Try to get the drop on her.
Are we counting? Or are you just gonna go?
I think, well,
Do you
on
want
three,
me to kick and then you want to go?
hey, that's a good idea.
'Cause
You
like
kick and
teamwork.
then I'll go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hell yeah. Yeah, let's do this. And Dusty, keep an eye on that spider.
He glances back
Will do.
and he pulls his pistol out with his left hand and draws a club with his right.
It's at that time that Dusty realizes, a stone dropping into the pit of his stomach, that he's lost sight of that spider.
I ain't
It
gonna
could
say
be
anything about it.
One job, Dusty.
Anywhere.
I crit my door kick.
Oh, excellent.
So a total of 25.
That door stands
Take it off the hinges.
not a chance. There's just this splintering of like wood and door frame that just like splinters, across the room. You find yourselves in a bedroom on the other side of this door. And sure enough, standing by the window, looking ever so lonely and mournful, is this woman. Dark of hair, slight of build. She is human. She looks like she's maybe early 20s, give or take. And she's definitely dressed in a very nice, like, brocaded dress. And she's kind of wringing a handkerchief in her hands as she stares out this window. She doesn't even seem to notice your dramatic entrance.
Made more so by the fact that as the door is sort of splintering open, Wilford is sort of leaping through the breach, and he goes, "Reach for the sky, lady!" with the shotgun sort of held at the hip.
When you call out, she turns towards you, but not in like a panic-stricken way. Not like you just shouted at her to put her hands in the air. She turns to you with a slight smile on her face, and it looks like she's been crying. She says, "Oh, are there more guests for the wedding?"
Sort of lower the shotgun a little bit, look to Belmia.
I didn't bring a gift.
I didn't either. Shit.
See, I'm just saying, if we would have, alleviated some of those accessories, we might have something to give them.
That's a fair point. Miss, I'm sorry to barge in like this. We thought there might be trouble on account of all the skeletons.
I understand. Yes, it's a lovely day, isn't it? You must be members of Ernest's family. You come from out of town, no doubt.
We are definitely from out of town. Yeah. And he'll kind of like look over his shoulder at Belmia and Dusty and then back to the lady. Are you the only one here in the town, or are there others?
It sure is bustling today. There was so many people I've never seen before, never met. I had no idea there were so many people that were looking forward to this wedding like I was.
Today.
Could we have a quick discussion amongst ourselves, just real brief? Like, I think this lady is completely off her rocker. I think she might have gone completely bananas. I don't think she's here. You know what I mean? I've seen people like this out in the desert too long. They think that they're swimming in a lake or whatever it is. It seems like the same thing.
She does seem a couple shells loose of a full cylinder, that's for sure.
Yeah, so what are, does she not see the skeletons? I mean, I see, but she said she saw people today, right? That's what she said.
That
Jerry,
is what she said.
She did say today, yes.
Yeah. Does she look like, in the picture you showed, it looked like there was blood on her hands? Is that actually, does she have
No, it
blood
doesn't
on her?
appear to. No, it doesn't seem like there's any
Okay.
blood on her at all.
I've heard stories. Some of the other miners who went real deep, they'd find folk down there who were dead but didn't know it.
So, y'all, did y'all hear her say Ernest? We're here to look for Ernest.
Shit.
You
Hey,
think this
miss,
is Bride?
miss. I'm sorry, miss. What is your name?
Well, my name is Miss Isla Mayweather. It's a pleasure to meet you.
And your husband to be, Ernest. What is his last name? What is
Well,
that?
surely you already know. He's Ernest Chaddington. The Chaddingtons are, well, they're a proper family from back east.
Yes, of course. And today is the wedding. Have you seen Ernest anywhere?
She kind of begins to sniffle. Oh, forgive me. She kind of moves back to the window and kind of looks out, dabs her eyes again with the handkerchief. I'm certain that he'll change his mind. He's just got cold feet, that's all. I think he is just unsure, you know. He's just a little scared, but he'll come around. He'll be back. I'm certain of it.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. You know, sweetheart. My pappy Matthias, he real fine man, travel all over the Caldera. He always used to say, well, Mia, you can't tell how good a man or a watermelon is till they get thumped. This is probably just like his thumping. He's just a little scared, and then he'll be fine. You got yourself a good melon. Don't you worry.
Dusty
I
will
wish
just
I
whisper into Belmia's ear, like,
I'm pretty sure Ernest is dead already. You know that though, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wish I understood exactly what you meant, but I'll try to take solace in it. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, darling. Pappy Matthias was very smart, very, very wise. So, and you just know that even if you don't understand it now, someday you'll find yourself in a situation like this, and you'll just know.
If you happen to see my dear Ernest, you will let him know that I'm waiting here for him, won't you?
Sure. Where'd you see him last?
And what was he wearing? It's been a while since we've seen Ernest. I'd hate to miss him.
She starts kind of sniffling again and dabbing at like the corners of her eyes and her nose. Hey, last I saw him, he was wearing his groom's clothes, of course. He looked so sharp in those tails and the tie. He was I could see from here. She kind of points. He was buying a ticket from the train station. I'm certain it's just cold feet. That's all. That's all it is. And he knows I love him, and he knows that Brokenreed is his home. He'll be back.
Darling, did you see him get on the train?
Well, I wasn't spying on him, if that's what you mean.
No, I was just wondering. I mean, you can see it, so. But I'm just wondering. I mean, it'll help us if you tell us you saw him get on the train, because then we know we need to go catch a train to go find him for you.
That might stand to reason. I didn't happen to see if he got on the train or not. I was a little distraught, to tell you the truth. But But if you see him, you'll bring him back to me, won't you?
Oh, I absolutely. Um, should we go get the others?
Yeah, I imagine we should loop them into this situation. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, Cash is just such a good communicator.
Real good at talking.
Talking, lots of talking. Real good at it. Singing, whistling.
So, sorry about the door. Do you want us to, I don't know, to get you a new one?
Sweep.
Sweet. Yeah, that'd be something.
That'd be just fine. It's just such a lovely day. She kind of turns and looks back out the window again.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go get them.
I'm
Y'all
gonna
going,
come.
or-
I'm gonna come with you. I think we should all go together.
Right.
Yeah, I think you got the right idea there.
We'll just kind of try to like pull what's left of the door on its like hanging on its hinge just to a shut-ish position.
It's just like one shard, like with one hinge on it, and you just like prop it up.
The three of you begin to make your way back down the staircase and towards the front door of the house. Before you reach the front door of the house, you can see that the light has fell in the town. That it's definitely night now. The sun has completely set. Darkness has descended, and the moment that the sun kind of dips below the horizon, Molly and Cash especially, you would realize this. The instant that seems to happen, all of you hear piano music coming from the saloon. And almost in a ripple out from that, in a wave, you begin to see spectral figures moving about the town. All of them dressed in finery.
Well, this is what the mother storyteller bards would call a development. As Cash looks at all the spectral people, do they seem to notice us at all as
Absolutely.
they come out?
Several of them that pass you kind of tip their hat. Evening. I guess they would actually say day. Good morning. Which is a little odd.
Mm. Mm. Well,
You may call it a development, but I just call it unnatural. You don't need to use any highfalutin words all the time. Just say what you mean. Talk it straight. The dead are now alive and walk in our streets.
well, Molly, don't be too hasty. These folks seem perfectly nice.
Sure.
Don't judge people based on whether they're dead or alive. They don't have any control over that. And he like nods, smiling to the ghost that's passing by. Maybe they have answers.
Well, let's hope someone does.
Belmia heads out and she kind of steps out of the house and looks around and kind of looks back, walks over to Cash and Mad Molly and well, so we seem to have a problem.
Mm. So that
It's like
spider was real sneaky, wasn't it?
Oh,
several
we
ghosts
left,
drift by.
We left. Oh, Dusty was in charge of the ghost. Dusty, what happened to that ghost? Or the spider? What happened to that spider?
I took care of it. Nothing to worry about anymore from that particular spider. Although I will say, where there's one, there's usually many, and they are often indistinguishable. So if you see that spider again, or so you think, it's probably a different spider. It just looks the same because I did take care of that one.
Ah, well, good job.
You were a brave man.
So, what's going on out here?
Yeah, y'all are noticing all these ghosts, right?
Yeah, it's kind of might be a bit lively out here. Not gonna lie.
Happened just as the sun hit down below the horizon.
And have any of them approached you so far? Or?
Well, they've been perfectly nice, wishing us a good day. They're a little confused, I'm sure.
Yeah, I wonder if this has something to do with the crazy lady upstairs.
Yes. How did that go? She seemed most delightful.
Yeah, I don't think she's all there.
I think she's like these other folk.
Like missing a few body parts, not all there, or missing a few, I don't know, thicknesses so you can see through them all not there, or what you talking about, Dusty? Gotta be more clear here.
I think she might be somehow responsible for this. She seemed perfectly alive to me. Just a little bit, tired of using her head.
Did she look like the ghost, Jeremy, or did she look solid and there?
No, she was very corporeal.
Yeah, no, she was real. She wasn't like whatever's out here. She was live.
But she wasn't making a whole lot of sense. I wonder if these dead folks might.
Oh no, she was a couple bales short of a wagon. Yeah, I mean, just yeah, and the door, very bad construction.
It couldn't have been helped.
Ash is gonna stop one of the ghosts that's like kind of passing by. Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
What day is it today? My pocket watch is broken.
Oh, you poor thing. Well, it's the wedding day, of course, but it seems as though maybe that's not going to happen after all. She kind of lowers her voice conspiratorially.
Yeah, Cash is gonna like get closer, like eyebrows raised, ready for this gossip as he leans down. Tell me, what's going on?
Seems as though the groom might have changed his mind. She kind of like looks up and down the street. Seems like maybe he's leaving on the last train out of town today.
And the soon-to-be Mrs., how's she taken that? Not too well, I guess.
Almost as if like it just dawns on her like where you happen to be standing. She kind of like turns and looks up at the window, and kind of like produces like a fan and like unfurls it and kind of like starts fanning her face, and she waves, "Morning, Isla. I best be going." And she turns and like floats off.
Bless her soul. She was useless.
No, I think you might be right, Dusty. I think these people are afraid of her.
I'm
I
wondering if
mean, they're skeletons, so it might be right for them to be afraid of her.
I'm wondering if we should maybe head to that train station. We'll go see if we can find ourselves an earnest ghost.
I reckon that's a good idea.
I'm gonna feel bad about bringing the little fella back here if that's the lady he's meant to marry, even in the afterlife. But feels like we might have to if all these people's trapped here.
Okay.
Cash is gonna kind of look around. Sorry.
No.
Cash is gonna look around. He's like, let me just try. There's one thing, and he kind of whistles again, but it has this very different like timbre to it. It almost sounds ethereal and echoey to it as he lets out this high trill, and he is going to cast detect magic. So within 30 feet of me, or 30 feet of Cash, he can sense any magic that's kind of around, any auras or anything, as well as its school.
I don't know if there would be a reading or not. Let me check something real quick.
Yep.
I have to remember what it was. Hang on. They changed the name of almost every single spell in between every edition, so naturally. Okay. So you cast your spell. And looking about, you can see. I'm trying to think of a way I could describe this. Okay, so you know the way like roots for a tree look? How they kind of, almost are like branches. They kind of shoot out in every direction and all this kind of stuff. You see that running beneath the ground of this town everywhere you look. It seems as though there is some form of magic that has taken root here. And as for the spell, or the school that the magic seems to belong to, it would appear that it is evocation magic.
You would see Cash just kind of look down and begin to trace his finger along the road, tracing these roots of magic. Oh boy. Well, got a lot of magic running through this town. Literally. And he like looks down and is like kind of pointing to these lines that are running along it.
That no one else can see.
Yep.
That's called a road.
Are these lines running in anywhere in particular, or just jogging in space in the same spot?
So you said roots. Does there seem to be where they're kind of getting more, or like a where they're kind of congregating, or is it just kind of sporadic as far as Cash can see?
It's fairly sporadic. You can roll me a nature check if you'd like, since we're making a parallel to this. We'll kind of see how far this analogy can take us.
Nat 20 for
Okay,
a total
cool.
of 20.
So for whatever reason, Cash has seen where like basically two systems of roots have grown intermingled with one another. And that's kind of what it seems like you're seeing. It's hard to tell where one of them originates. Your guess is, judging by like, the thickness of the veins and whatnot, it seems to kind of move off in a southwestern direction. The other, without a doubt, seems to truncate with the house where the lady is.
And in that southwestern direction, is that in the direction of the train station by chance, or no?
No. Well, I mean, I guess it is in a general speaking sense, yes.
So yeah, Cash looks. Well, it looks like there's two, and one ends here. He points at the house, and the other, and he kind of gestures vaguely in that direction.
Is that direction also the direction of the church, perhaps?
It is.
And graveyard, maybe?
Yes, the graveyard is like built onto basically the side of the church, and naturally the church and graveyard are very close to the train station.
Well, look at that. Looks like all our ideas are coming together and we can just head in one direction. Isn't that nice? This would make a very easily followable story, let me tell you.
Like a set of tracks. All right. Are you headed that direction then, I take it? Excellent. Choo choo. All right. You move off that direction, again, passing several wedding attendees, I guess is the best thing to call them. Many of them seem to be caught up in this gossip, the fact that they basically came for a wedding that apparently is not going to take place after all. On your way to the train station / church, you hear a voice that kind of calls out to you. Hey, you. Yeah, you, come here.
Yeah. Hello?
Kind of turning towards where you heard this strange kind of echoey voice drifting to you, you see in the cemetery there is a ghost who is seated atop a tombstone, dressed in tails, a bow tie, tall boots, very much the style of an Easterner.
Ernest, we've been looking all over for you.
You know me?
Well, not personally. By reputation, I should say. There were some people that were wondering if we could try to locate where you were. It seems we have located you, but we've also found ourselves in the middle of something quite peculiar. I don't know if you know that you're bride to be or ex-bride to be, as it sounds. Sorry, I don't mean to pry into your personal business. But she seems to be the only living person in the town currently, and well, you can tell the ghost thing. There's that.
I was afraid that I am dead. Yes. There's a train that's coming. Whatever you do, do not board that train. These guests, these ghosts you see, not all of them came for the wedding. Some of them came afterwards. And now they're stuck here too. If you board that train, you'll become a permanent resident of Brokenreed. There seems to be some kind of magic, some kind of spell here. It seems to hold all of these people here, me included. I think it was because of my ring. The ring that Isla gave me. Somehow it was attached to the ring that she has. When they were separated, I don't know. The train all of a sudden exploded and I was in some kind of limbo or purgatory until I happened to wander into this cemetery. The cemetery, it doesn't seem to be affected the way the rest of the town is. Here I can remember things that I didn't remember before. I think that I need your help. I need you to find the wreckage of that train. I need you to get the ring off of my body and reunite it with that of Isla's. Bring the two rings back together, and I think then we can all rest.
You said the train exploded?
I think so. It was so fast and so loud. Going over it in my mind over and over, and that's the only thing that seems to make sense.
What, well, how long were you on the train before it?
Not long. Less than a mile.
All right, that's good. That's a lot less walking. What if we just take the ring from her and take her ring to your ring? Or does it have to be the other way?
Have you met Isla?
Yes. She's a tiny little thing.
Know if taking anything from her regarding this wedding is a good idea. Whenever I told her I was going to leave, she was very upset.
Yeah, about that. I don't mean to pry. Again, I really don't want to get into your personal business, none whatsoever.
I certainly do.
Well, but I do have to ask. She seems to be the one person who's still alive in this town. Now, if you're right and it's because of the ring, maybe that had something to do with it. But you were wearing the ring, and you got blown up and killed. Is there any chance? I know you knew this woman, you loved her, you were planning on wedding her. Did you? Was she potentially maybe a little bit into magic. Listen, we're not the police. We're not going to do nothing. I ain't a lawman. I'm not trying to stop anybody from doing what they're doing. I just want to know, could it maybe have been her?
Her father owned the mine nearby. Not long before they made some kind of big discovery. They said it was the tomb of some ancient Dorathian wizard. Not long after that is when she gave me the ring.
So I do mean to pry into your personal effects. Why'd you leave her in the first place? Why'd you get on the train instead of marrying her?
Well, Brokenreed is a lovely place and all, but I'm simply not comfortable here. It's so hot and there's no amenities and the people here are so... No offense. He kind of realizes.
He kind of realizes who he's
You should
talking
probably
to.
stop talking. You should probably stop talking while we're still willing to help you.
Forgive me. I'm just not accustomed to this land. And though I did love Isla, she has a temper. When faced with the idea of binding myself to her for the rest of my life, I took the coward's way out, to be honest.
Yeah, how is that working out for you?
He kind of gestures down at himself.
I did not realize that my leaving would cause so much pain. Well, not this kind of pain.
When you say
Well, she looks around at the four of you guys. I think it's pretty clear here what we've got to do. I mean, it's more for the other folks in this town here. We got to go find this ring, bring it back, and then you, sir, and she's looking at Ernest, owe that kind old woman an apology.
Certainly. Thank you for agreeing to help. I'm terribly sorry that you had to get involved.
Well, I guess which way is the train station?
You can see that it's, again, just kind of right
Okay.
next to the church.
Oh, I missed that.
Which
Well-
way were you heading out? I don't know.
He-
It's like east-west tracks or...
Yeah, he points, and the tracks seem to leave from the train station in northeast and southwesternly directions. He points in the direction of southwest.
Is that the same direction? That's the same direction that the lines were coming from that Cash was seeing.
It is indeed. Yes.
As soon as we've like turned away from Ernest, Dusty's just gonna say, I still think she did it. I think this lady's responsible. He said she got a temper. Maybe enough of a temper to, kill a whole town because her boyfriend left her.
Something isn't right about his story. He said the train just exploded. Why would someone blow up a train just to off one guy? Doesn't make any sense.
That does seem a little intense.
Might have something to do with what they found in the mine. Somebody else wanted her hand instead of letting him have it, even though he
Yeah.
was just running away from it anyway.
Yeah, I think there's another layer to this onion that we haven't unpeeled yet.
Well, no matter what it is, I think that maybe this is all just some big misunderstanding and we'll get the rings and save the town. Everyone's
Kumbaya.
happy.
Oh, be a good end to your story.
Everyone loves a happy ending.
As if on cue, all of you hear this sounds almost distant at first, this haunting woo, woo, the sound of a train whistle. It grows louder. Woo, woo. You hear the noise, and when you turn, you see a train has arrived at the train station. Instantly, all of the ghosts in the town, all of these wedding guests, stop what they're doing and begin slowly drifting directly for this train. All of you, please roll a wisdom saving throw. Oh my. Okay. Wilford and Dusty. The two of you look around and you see all of these ghosts almost like they've snapped to attention. Almost. Many of them who aren't holding something in their hands have just dropped loose by their sides and they're standing straight up and moving directly towards this train. And you realize that this is kind of strange, that they've just changed their behavior in an instant. And that's when you realize the three companions that you have arrived at this town with have also dropped their hands down by their side and gone somewhat rigid and are now beginning to walk towards this train. That's where we're going to take our break. So, we're going to take 10 minutes, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouses, smoke them if you got them. Yeah, this has been fantastic so far. I cannot wait to get to the second half of this. Thank you so much for everybody who may be tuning in, whether you're watching live with us tonight or whether you may be watching at some point in the future. Sit tight because we will be right back. everyone. Welcome back to the second half of Ghost Town. This is a Caldera Scattershot set in world of Caldera, which is a fantasy western. So far, everything is going according to plan. Almost as if, again, there were railroad tracks that were laid out. We're going to follow this train. All right. No, this has been fantastic. I've been very, very excited to finally get to play this game, and the 5 players who have brought these characters to life tonight have not disappointed. That is for sure. So, we find ourselves in the troubled town of Brokenreed. You have now met the bride-to-be, Isla Mayweather, who seemed a little distraught that her groom-to-be, Ernest Chattington, seemed to have gotten cold feet on their wedding day and apparently was bound to board a train heading southwest out of town. Assured that he was going to recover from his hesitation and return, she waits for him. The problem is that the date of their wedding was likely several months ago. It seems, even though she wasn't aware of it, that something very bad happened that day, as the majority of the town now lies strewn about as skeletons. You met with the ghost of Ernest Chattington, one of the many ghosts that you have seen wandering around town. Ernest told you what he suspected might have happened, and has begged for you to travel to the train wreck, recover his wedding ring, and reunite it with its mate, hoping that that might end whatever it is that is cursing this town. So, as you leave the conversation with dear Ernest, you turned and spotted a corporal or incorporeal train pulling into the station. As it comes to a stop, all of the ghosts in the town have dropped what they were doing, formed a stiff posture, and had begun moving towards the train. The interesting development was that so have 3 of your posse. Wilford, Dusty, the 2 of you realize that these ghosts are acting stranger. You turn and you see that Cash, Molly, and Belmia have also dropped their hands down by their sides, developed a rigid posture, and are now taking steps towards the train.
Hey, that's the train that's gonna blow up, guys.
It's the one we're not supposed to board.
That's gonna blow up. Hell, they've been enchanted.
Ah, and they'll run up and just start shaking Cash. See if it has any effect.
Okay. Cash, if you would please, you can give me another wisdom saving throw.
Can I help? Can I give advantage on that by
Sure.
shooting my shotgun up into the air very close to all of
Absolutely.
them? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So I go, Dusty, cover your ears, and fire both barrels up into the air.
Okay. So, Cash, you are being shaken as well as this gunshot going off near you, so you can roll with advantage. I'm going to say without being shaken, but with the gun blast, Molly and Belmia can repeat the saving throw. It just simply won't be at advantage. Bravo, Cash. Bravo. Okay. Belmia, apparently when these successive shotgun blasts go off from Wilfred, you are kind of shaken out of this daze, this trance. And it takes you just a moment to kind of come to. However, Cash and Molly are still drinking the Kool-Aid. They're walking forward. Probably only 20 or 30 feet from boarding the train at this point.
Belmia kind of like shakes out of him and she's like, what are you shooting for? What's going on?
The train had ensorcelled you, and the other two are still ensorcelled.
Oh, hell no. I hate being ensorcelled. Shit. She's gonna run forward and pick up Molly. Molly's one of the other ones, right? Yeah. She's gonna pick up Mad Molly and like carry her back. Just sling her over her shoulder, and she says, and she's come back. She's like, well, there's a couple things, and well, Uncle Pappy, I mean, maybe he's been ensorcelled, but when you can't run, you crawl, and when you can't crawl, you find someone to carry you. Don't you worry, Molly, I got you.
I imagine Molly's legs are still moving as if she's walking towards the train.
Dusty, realizing that all of his shaking doesn't seem to be doing anything with Cash, and he's just getting closer and closer to this train, is going to pull the pistol out of his left holster, and he's going to thumb a little switch on it, and switch from bullet mode to one of his attachments, and he's going to fire a wand of web, like a web spell, at Cash to try to just lock him down, at least until we're able to do something else.
Okay. That is a dex save, I think, from Cash.
Yeah, on the start of their turn. It's a dex save.
Okay.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and get that, Cash, if you wouldn't mind.
11.
Oh my god. What is your DC, Dusty? I imagine it's probably
Wait a
higher than
minute.
11.
I think it is. It is. Perfect. That's good. We want them restrained. That's good. It's a good. Yeah,
Yep.
'cause it's 8 + 3 + 3. So that 14.
14. Okay.
I can math.
So yeah, Cash, you're not really aware of what's going on, but the rest of you are. You see Cash trying to struggle against this webbing that has now appeared because of Dusty's firearm. However, Cash's attempts are half-hearted at best. Just kind of gently kind of pulling, trying to take steps forward, but not really actively fighting against them.
Yeah, Dusty will run up and just slap him in the face and say, "Wake up! You've been enchilated."
Ensorcelled.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay. Spiders, Cash. There's spiders. You're in a web.
All of you realize that as you're kind of trying to, shake Cash out of this, or you're coming to yourselves, or you're, being carried by a Minotaur, Buffalo Tar, sorry. You look around, and these ghosts that have not yet boarded the train are now starting to turn towards you with very angry-looking expressions on their faces, kind of all as one, kind of turning in your direction. Let's roll initiative, just in case, Okay. Let's see here. All right, what we got? All right. Looks like maybe Molly might be going first. Okay. Yep. So Molly, you are up first. You are kind of enchiladed.
Enchilated and restrained.
Enchiladed and restrained. That sounds like a Saturday night.
That's like a Johnny Cash album.
Accompanied by Jimmy Buffett?
Could be. Depends on how late in the evening it is. Oh God. Let's see here. So yeah, you are not exactly cognizant at the moment. So I think probably what we're going to do is just have you repeat your saving throw. It's wisdom again.
Well,
18
me is
this time.
yeah, shaking her and
18?
slapping her on the face.
All right. You manage to kind of shake off this trance, this daze, and realize that you are currently being carried by what you hope is Belmia. There's a lot of fur; it's kind of hard to tell, but you're fairly certain it's Belmia.
Put me down, you hairy wench!
Well, all right. Next time, I'll just let you walk onto the ghost ship and get your insort. I don't know. I'm gonna let you blow up next time. That's fine.
Darn, turn is right, fine. And she's like dusting herself off after you put her down.
It is Belmia's turn.
Okay. So, guys, anyone else noticing that these ghosts do not seem to appreciate the ruckus we're making? Anyone? Should I fight them? Can we fight ghosts? I ain't never done this
Apologies for
before.
the noise.
I mean, they look mighty ornery.
Maybe we should just pretend that we're gonna get on the train too, and we're just all ensorcelled.
Oh yeah, that's a good plan. Okay, I'm gonna go get in line now, guys. Follow me. And she'll start like walking towards the train.
All right. That sounds like that's going to be a deception. Another one that barbarians are known for. Uh-oh. 3. Okay. Yeah. Belmia is like stiffly kind of walking amongst these ghosts, and it's very obvious to all of you that none of them seem to be buying it. Wilford.
Can I hide? Is there like a place to just duck away out of like the ghost's eye line? I don't know. I guess I'll start looking around for a pile of crates, fence, anything that I can sort of duck behind.
Yeah, certainly. I think that's possible. There's, the building that kind of houses the ticket sales for the train station and all that kind of stuff around anyways. So let's go ahead and get your stealth roll.
Yep, I'm good at that. Oof. 13.
So those of you who are paying attention see some of these ghosts turn their head and watch Wilford move away and hide into his spot, and they seem to just kind of be staring in his direction.
And as I'm sort of like roadie running like over there, putting 2 new shells into my shotgun before slapping it closed, I'm just muttering, "Ain't never shot a ghost before."
That brings us to Cash.
Another wisdom save.
Yes, please. You can have advantage again. You're being like interacted with physically, so.
Spiders, Cash. Spiders.
So 15.
Okay. So it's like coming up from, a deep, level of water. You're just kind of like slowly surfacing. Things are getting a little more clear. You're able to kind of take in your surroundings a little bit better. You're a little groggy, but you do manage to regain control of your senses.
And his senses are that he is surrounded by this web-type entrapment that has circled him. And so Cash begins to cry out and scream, "They got me! The spiders! They're here!
Sorry
can
about
feel
that,
them.
Cash.
I can
That one
feel
was
their
me."
legs." Cash is just like flailing under this web.
So if you'd like, you can repeat your
Yeah.
dexterity saving throw, and you can have advantage this time,
Okay.
because the fear of spiders has been put into you.
Hopefully this helps. I just double checked the spell and it was strength, not dex.
Oh, I'm sorry. So
Oh,
is strength better? Let's hope so.
yeah. That is a 17.
And
That
you
is
tear out of
definitely
those spider webs like they contained a
yeets
bunch
that
of spiders.
web. Yeah. He's going to yeet that web far away and just he looks around and sees all of these ghosts. And he is going to look to he's gonna look. Is Molly out of her trance? Yes.
Yes,
right?
I believe
Yeah.
everybody is.
This doesn't look you know what you were saying, Molly, about ghosts being a little scary and spooky and odd and different. Well, I think now's the time to agree with that. He's going to give you a bardic inspiration, and that's my turn.
Alrighty. That brings us to Dusty.
He's just he'll start by just kind of quietly calling out,
Hey everyone, I don't mean to piss on anybody's rodeo, but I don't think any of your plans are working.
and he's going to turn around towards the ghosts and just kind of shake his head like, "Oh, I don't want to do this." And he'll pull a small oh god, I probably should have double checked real quick. Sorry, just one thing, just want to make sure. Verbal somatic. Okay. Yeah, he sorry, no component. So he's gonna just wave his hand and the wind sort of picks up in front of him and starts to kick up the dust. And the dust about 15 feet out or so kicks up into this small like fog. And as it settles and dissipates, these spectral forms of 4 wolves. No, 8 wolves. Holy shit. This spell is insane. The spectral form of 8 wolves. Their fur is matted. They seem like they have like moss growing off of them. There's dirt and twigs in their hair. And they have sort of a slightly greenish tinge to them. and the wolves, all as they appear, immediately like are turned towards the ghosts and start snarling and snapping their jaws. And that's conjure animals. It's a fucking awesome spell.
Yeah, that's incredible.
8 wolves with pack tactic. What? All right. Good luck, ghosts.
You just summon an encounter of your own. You're just like, I'm going to add this encounter into this encounter that's already happening.
Thank God they act on 1 initiative.
No kidding.
Do they attack right away?
I think they get their own initiative. Let me double check. Roll initiative for the summon creatures as a whole. So that's going to be a 9 plus wolf. Plus 0, so 9.
Okay. So they go immediately after you. So you can now take their turn.
I would like to have them hold action if possible, and
Okay.
just wait for any like can they move and then hold action, or is it?
Yeah.
I forget how that works.
I think it's
So I'd like.
I think it takes your action to ready an action, and then you have to use your reaction to cash it in, essentially. But you can still move
Okay,
and bonus
perfect,
action.
perfect. Yeah. So I want to have them spread out just a little bit to kind of cover, like get kind of more in the way of in between the ghosts and my companions, and basically give them the readied command to like attack anyone that gets close to them.
Okay. So your wolves kind of splay out, and as if that must have been what they were waiting for, the ghosts turn with contorted, that's the word I'm looking for. Their face is contorted in anger and malice and pain, and they begin to rush forward. They come at you from all sides, many of them producing weapons of their own, ghostly and spectral, every bit as much as they are. All right. Each one of you is going to incur a ranged and a melee. The wolves will potentially deal with some of the ones closing for melee. So each one of the wolves can make a ready to attack if you'd like. And we'll figure out how many, if any of these that are closing will still be up.
Okay, so that's a 13,
Okay.
a 4, a 5. Yeah, so 13, a 5, a 17, 14, a 5 again. That's in that one. A 12, and a 12. I think that was 8.
Okay. So 5 of them successfully hit. And these ghosts, luckily enough, are minions. So 5 of them, you can describe how they get undone by your wolves.
Yeah, the second the ghosts get close, the wolves just pounce. Like some of them like leap up and start mauling down on these things. One of them just leaps directly for whatever spectral jugular this thing might have, and just like I'm assuming that these things kind of like dissipate when they are killed, and it's just like rips the throat out and the thing just puffs into nothing, and so on.
Yeah, definitely. It's almost like halfway between smoke and liquid. Like when they come apart, they disappear, and where they drop or flail out, it very quickly completely disappears and leaves nothing behind. Let's see, that was 8 that made attacks. Okay, so 3 of these things are still going to get through for melee attacks. But there's also the ranged attacks to deal with. Like I said, a variety of firearms are produced and are shot in your direction. All right, so let's do this Belmia, what is your armor class?
15.
15. Okay. The ranged attack against you is going to hit. Okay, you're going to take 5 points of necrotic, and you need to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
$23. Crit.
Excellent. Okay, so you're good. All right, let's see. All right, one of the melees is going to be against Wilford. One of them, 1, 2, 3, is going to be against Dusty. Last one is going to be against Cash. All right. So that was the melee attack against Belmia, or the ranged rather. Cash. Okay, you put your AC in here, so let's get yours taken care of. This is going to be the melee with a 12. Oh, he just barely misses you as this person comes in. Unlike everyone else who's kind of dressed in finery, this individual is dressed more like a mountain man. So very much kind of like buckskin clothing, like a coonskin cap kind of thing. It's a dwarf, and he comes in with what looks like a Dorathian tomahawk and tries to swing it at you, but you manage to move out of the way. Now we're going to do the ranged attack against you. And that also misses by the same amount. There was 2 11s total. So Cash, you're just skating by the skin of your tusks. All right, Dusty, you got your AC. You had 1 of each, so we're gonna do melee first. They're gonna hit you. All right, so you're gonna need that same Constitution saving throw. Oops. $14. Okay, you're also good. You're going to take 7 points of necrotic, though, from the ghost bullet. Or no, that would be a melee. This one is a big hunting knife that this person came at you with. The ranged attack against you is also going to hit. So you're going to need another con save, please.
$16.
Okay, you're good again. But you're going to take 5 points of necrotic again from this ghost bullet. Okay, let's see who else. Molly, you did not have a melee, but you do have a ranged. What is your AC?
14.
14. Miss you. Also, not by much, but they did manage to miss you. All right. And then 114. That's a hell of an armor class. I suspect there may be some foul play involved in that one.
Sorry, I thought you asked how old I was.
That I believe. All right, Wilford. Even though you hid yourself, these ghosts like come at the corner of the building where you hid behind and passed through the building, coming out the other side of it to stand right where you are. What is your AC?
AC is 15.
15. Okay, so this is the melee. 15. Oh, that's gonna hit. So you need a con save.
Okay. Oof, only 6 on the con save.
Okay, so you're gonna take 8 points of necrotic damage, and your hit points maximum is reduced by 8.
Okay.
The ranged one shooting at you. He hits you too. Okay. So you'll need to make another Constitution save against this one. It's the same total.
A little better. 13 on that second con save.
Okay. So you'll pass this one, but the total damage is 5 points of necrotic.
Okay. Oof, man. And then as that ghost ends its turn, I'm going to use my skirmisher reaction to move half my movement speed away from it. So I just start backing up. As they come through the building, I'm like, do not like that. And then they attack me and I just start backing up, like feverishly loading the second shell into the shotgun and snapping it closed.
Several of them are starting to move forward. The ones that don't seem to possess weapons are starting to kind of move forward in like congregations with their hands outstretched, like grabbing a hold of basically anything they can grab onto, of your clothing, your hair, your beard, perhaps in the case of Wilfred. They're definitely trying to grapple you, but as of right now, they haven't succeeded. It seems as though they may be intent to force you to board this train. All right, that brings us to the top of the round. Molly.
All right, so we're surrounded by ghosty figures, but currently there's none on me in melee, correct?
Correct. Yep. Because of the wolves that Dusty seemed to have summoned.
Beautiful. Not sure how well ordinary bullets are going to do us in the stead, but I'm going to pistol in each hand, and I'm going to shoot at them. I have extra. Oh, what's the word? I forgot. I get 2 attacks per attack action.
Oh yeah.
Extra attack. That's what it's called. There. Okay. So I mean technically it's with the same hand, but flavor wise, so got both.
Yeah.
Shooting.
You rolled in a revolver?
Oops. I took pistol, not the Derringer, but pistol. Yeah.
Yeah, so probably just like a 6-shooter. So you're just basically like fanning the hammer. You basically have it kind of out and you're just like, yeah exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so we have got I lost it here. 22 on the first hit and 26 on the second.
Both of those will hit. And again, these are minions, so you can describe how these 2 shots end 2 of them.
And so imagine the shots like there's like a couple coming through and it looks like they're between the wolves and they're kind of going to approach us, and Molly just kind of like in one quick action grabs that pistol off from her holster and she's like shoots 1, shoots 2, and they just kind of disappear. It's almost like it looked like one bullet that went through both of them, but it was 2 separate bullets, and they just kind of, as the bullet kind of enters them and makes a cloud explosion, they just disappear.
Excellent. Okay, so that is 7 of them down. All right. Belmia, it's your turn.
Well, Belmia, seeing the ghosts that are chasing after Wilfred, seeing how the group out here's got wolves and everybody that's out here, she's gonna go try to help him out in that space he was hiding in. So she's going to run over in the direction where he was at, and she's gonna pull out these 2 hand axes she has, and she's just gonna start chopping at the ghosts that are trying to grapple Wilfred. So I get okay, so we'll make 3 attacks then, because 2 attacks per turn and bonus action for 2-weapon fighting. So first one's a 9. That's not good.
No, that definitely won't work.
14 for the second one.
That will.
And shit, another 9. Not good. So one of them hits. So
same. You can
7.
describe it.
Oh,
Yeah,
yep.
they're minions, so you can describe
Yeah,
what
yeah.
it looks like.
So she walks over and I think with them being ghosts and not actually having a physical form, she underestimates the distance on the couple swings. And by that third one, she whips it through and she, oh, okay, yeah, I got this. And she swings it and the little hand axe goes through and poof, like the ghost just kind of dissipates in the direction she was swinging. And she looks over at Wilson. She's like, don't worry, I got you. Or Wilford, not Wilson.
All of a sudden, Matt's character has a volleyball for a head. All right, that is Filmy. It is Wilford's turn.
Okay, so Wilford is sort of stumbling backward, and he brings up the shotgun, and I'm gonna try and sort of aim this shot. So obviously, I don't get Belmia in it. Like, if there's a chance that I'm gonna hit Belmia with the spread, I'm definitely not gonna take the shot. But I'm gonna try and get as many ghosts in the cone as I can, because I'm watching Belmia take them out and how they're just kind of wisping away, and I'm like, okay, let's do this. And I fire like both shells sort of, and it's just one attack, but I sort of fire at both. And the recoil is so great that it almost takes Wilford's little body like right off his feet as the shotgun goes off twice in quick succession. So I'm going to make that attack, and then 9.
Okay, 9. Let's see.
That sets the DC for their dex save, right?
It does. Yep.
Son of a bitch. Okay.
Okay, well, I rolled a 5. So they fail. Let's see. How many would be in, let's say... Okay. You take out 4 of them with this spread.
Okay. All right. Cool. So there's just a and 4 of the ghosts sort of immediately in front of Wilford just dissipate in sort of a flurry of the swirl of sort of ghostly ethereal smoke. And then I'm going to continue moving backwards, just again stumbling backwards, reloading the shotgun. And then if I can, I guess I'll go ahead and do a cunning action to try and hide again. If there's additional buildings or anything that I can duck behind, I'm going to try and lose their tail.
Okay.
So do a stealth
Yeah, go ahead and
roll.
roll your stealth. I'm going to give them...
Oh, no, that was good. 16 plus 9, 25 all up.
Okay. So maybe even like back in the cemetery behind one of these tombstones or something.
Ooh, yeah.
You like kind of, vault over or find a gap that's big enough kind of in this wrought iron, fence that kind of surrounds parts of this cemetery, and you duck behind one of the larger tombstones, and either they don't seem to see you or they seem to be preoccupied with everyone else. It seems like you are hidden.
Is old boy still in the graveyard hanging out?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm like up against a gravestone, feeding a shell into the shotgun, and I look up at him and I say, "They really don't want us to miss this train."
No, I'm afraid they're rather insistent.
You want to be of any assistance here, or?
Not particularly.
Cool, I just thought I'd check. Thank you.
He definitely does not seem like a in life that he was a very adventurous type. Just judging by the state of his clothing and his boots and his hair. A lot of people from back east, if they haven't decided to really try hard out here in the Caldera, most of them don't make it. They go home. Okay. That was Wilfred Cash.
Parker's gonna take a look. Does it look like we're kind of making headway with this crowd of ghosts?
Certainly. So there's a lot of ghosts that already boarded the train, and you can kind of see them in the windows of the train, kind of having taken their seats and things. You mainly have cleared out probably about a little over half of the ones that were kind of gathered in the immediate area of the train station and the train platform. But there are others in town that you can see still making their way this direction.
Yeah, Cash is just gonna look around. I don't reckon we want to fight the whole town. We should maybe think about heading away. He yells out, and he is going to he's going to cast so he takes all of these knives that he has just like everywhere all of a sudden, like in his coat, from his pants, and he holds them all like in his like these meaty hands, and they look very tiny, but he just throws them all out towards like this crowd of ghosts and begins to whistle this tune. And as he throws them out, they begin to like circle around and begin to slice at the ghosts. And he's going to cast Cloud of Daggers, but he wants to just center it on the most number of ghosts, essentially within 60 feet of him.
Excellent. Okay. Is that a dexterity saving throw as well?
Nope. They just
Nope.
take damage when they start their turn there.
Okay,
think.
cool. How
Yeah.
big of an area is it?
So it's 5 feet by 5 feet cube.
Okay. All right, so
he wants to try
yeah.
and catch as many.
Yeah, absolutely. You can kind of position it kind of in the path that a lot of these ghosts seem to be like treading on their way to this train if you want. So like maybe
Yes.
the ones that are headed to you from town, you're fairly certain that if you do that, as long as they're not like actively trying to avoid it, that it's going to catch quite a few of them.
Perfect. So yeah, he's going to create that, and then he's just going to start kind of backing away down. Yeah, backing away, not too far. Make sure that the other people are coming, but yeah, just start backing away.
What direction are you heading?
Oh, away.
Just away?
Away from the train. He's going to try and stay on the tracks because that's kind of where they're wanting, or along the tracks. Yeah.
Okay, so like headed the direction that the train is pointed, so like to the southwest, where again the kind of veining roots or whatever seemed to kind of stretch off in that direction. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that direction. Yep.
All right. Cash moves down the train tracks just a bit. Dusty.
Okay, where I have one that's directly on me, right?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. How close is the next closest one?
They're not quite as dense as they were when they started, but I would say there's probably another within 15 feet.
Okay, then I'm not going to go for the big flourish. Dusty's going to kind of assess the situation and just do a double pull. This is why I took crossbow expert, because druids don't get no second attack, but I want to be good at guns. And I'm just going to put one barrel right under the chin of the guy right in front of me. And like at the same time aim towards the guy on the other side, like the next closest one, and just
Excellent.
try to take both out. Oh, well, I threw my D20 behind my desk. That's fun.
Well, there you go.
That's okay. Let's just
You don't have to
use
take
the
the ranged
internet.
attack literally.
Roll 2 D20. What?
So you don't have to take the ranged attack literally.
Oh, fair enough. So that's going to be a 14 and a 20.
Both will hit.
Yeah, so the one right in front of him, Dusty kind of pulls back as this like little spattering of ectoplasm seems to dot his face for just a moment with this sort of mucus before it very quickly evaporates. But he does a very quick little, makes a cool little whoo, whoo sound as he blows into the barrel. It's super badass.
It really is, honestly. Okay.
Actually, wait, I do want to do one more thing. Is
Sure.
there what is like, oh no, actually that's a bad idea. Never mind. He'll hold this.
Okay. I think that brings us to your wolves.
Yeah, so he's just gonna have each of them just find the nearest one they can to attack. And then I pre-rolled that also using the internet because I didn't want to roll 8d20.
That makes sense.
So that's going to be a 13, a 22, a nat 1, a 21, a 10, a 23, a 23, and a 19. This is a really good dice roll. This is just the Google one.
Okay.
But
yeah, that's 6, which is actually what I have as far as what was remaining here in the immediate area. So you can describe how your wolves basically clear the immediacy for all of you.
yeah, they all just they immediately spread out and pounce on the nearest one they can find. One of them, like it seems like a couple of them have picked up on how easy these things were to kill. Like it seemed like, like any amount of damage seemed to do it. So a couple of them just like went for ankle nips, just enough to like latch down and just like get splattered in this brief, covering of mucus on their own incorporeal bodies before it just sort of passed through and then evaporated.
Excellent. Okay, so you have cleared the area of the train like loading platform here. You can see that there are ghosts that are on this train, as well as the ones that are approaching from the town, many of which are now starting to walk through this whirling kind of cylinder of blades that Cash has summoned. They don't seem to pay it much attention at all, even as it's tearing them apart. So, for the moment, everything is calm again, but you realize that within seconds that there will be more of these things that are upon you. So what are you going to do?
You gotta find that wreck.
Yeah, y'all, we should head down the tracks, and Cash knows where we're going. And Wilford, where did he go? Where did that little man disappear to now? Come on, we're leaving.
Back in the graveyard, we just like cut, and Wilford's like, so do you ever get hungry or thirsty or anything like that? Ever like, not like, man, I really wish I could eat some food, but like, do you pine for it? Is it like a hunger that never goes away?
I think it's like right in the middle of these questions that Wilford hears all of you hear the train whistle sound again. Woo, woo.
I do want the answer to that question, but I have to go. And Wilford, I actually kind of want to like get to a place where I can see the train, and I really want to see if anyone is like fucking with the train before it leaves. Like I want to see if anyone is like like putting a stick of dynamite under the train or something. I don't know.
Okay, excellent. You can roll perception for me.
19.
Excellent. Though you don't see anyone fucking with the train in any way, you do see a second ghost of Ernest boarding the train.
And then I imagine that's about when I hear Belmia calling for me. And so I head back towards the station. Y'all dealt with those ghosts then?
Yeah, and Cash is finding something down the tracks and following that magic stuff. So we're going that way.
Sits right with me. I should tell you, I did see our man get on the train right before it, getting ready to depart.
Like he left the graveyard? You saw him leave the graveyard?
Oh, you see, he's still back at the graveyard, but then I saw another one get on the train. I'm not exactly sure how that works.
Almost like what? Like this is like some of that deja vu type stuff you hear about? Like it's a
Yes.
memory, like a
Something like that. And I think that Miss up at the house has something to do with it, just playing over and over and over again.
yeah. Okay, well we're going. Y'all ready to go down the tracks? She looks at the rest of the group.
Molly's already halfway down, just hobbling along.
She has to
using
get
her
a head
rifle as
start.
a cane.
All these tracks aren't going to follow themselves.
Okay. You make your way down the tracks, and it's not long, even though it is dark at night. You hear the train behind you, beginning to kind of getting its air brakes like pressurized, preparing to head out of the station. You see more ghosts being torn apart by Cash's cloud of daggers, but more of them are making it on either side of them or beyond, and are now headed towards the train again, seemingly disinterested in you. You make your way through the darkness, easily following the train tracks, however, and eventually, again, true to what Ernest told you, less than a mile outside of town to the southwest, you see the remains of the train keeled over onto its right side, just off of the tracks. Sure enough, the boiler seems to have an enormous kind of spiraling fracture that goes along its length, and there is a ton of skeletons inside the train cars that are attached behind this engine.
Well, here it is.
I
Cash looks.
How are we supposed to tell which one's his? They all look alike when they're dead.
About their clothes.
Yeah, he should be wearing groom's clothes, something real fancy with tails. That's what the miss said up at the house.
But also just take the rings off of any of the skeletons in there and bring them all back.
We just had a conversation about this, and now we're in a literal ghost town. So maybe we don't take things from the dead that we haven't explicitly been asked to take.
In my experience, the magical rings will have a dazzle to them.
There you
Cash
go.
just like nods, like this is, something that I'm sure it'll be the fanciest one there.
Well, should we fan out? Check as many cars as possible, or
Anybody who is joining the search, you can give me an investigation roll. Wilford, you can have advantage on this because you specifically saw him board the train, so you would have seen him go into a specific car.
oh yeah, that's true. Cool, because I do not do very well with investigation.
Do you have a question,
Is it-
Kenya?
And
Yeah, is it dark? Like dark? How dark is it?
It would definitely qualify as dim light currently.
Okay, because I don't have dark vision, so
No, like it is dark, but the moon is full, so there's
okay.
lightish. Okay.
could Cash cast detect magic again to see if he can pinpoint.
Okay. So you can have advantage on your investigation roll as well. Molly got a 9. Warford 17. Okay. Okay. Molly, you're off in the sticks. Like, you might. No, it's definitely a part of the train. You're sure. But you're like looking around the engine. So you're definitely not the one who finds this.
It's
It
a
seems
bone.
like.
It's another bone.
Yep. Is this him? It's like, a chicken bone. Wilford and Dusty and Cash, the three of you basically come upon his body at the same time. He's not by himself in the car, but he stands out. He's, one of the only ones that's still partially kind of in the seat that he was sitting in whenever the train kind of went off the side. And everything around him seems to be splayed out. Almost like if you've ever eaten a bloomin' onion, where it's like everything is turned away from the center. He definitely appears to have been the epicenter of the blooming onion. That's the name of my rock band. And you can see with this detect magic that this is absolutely where all of these roots seem to originate.
I think at that, Cash would let out kind of a disappointed sigh. Well, this isn't looking good for the lady in the house.
Wait, what are you saying?
Well, I was kind of hoping that there was some other way everything exploded and maybe there was someone else and maybe this was just a nice gift to keep them close. He looks sadly down at the ring, but it looks like this is where it started. And this is the magic that is weaving through the town.
Shit, do you think she knew this was going to happen when she gave him the ring?
Cash kind of mulls that over and raises. Well, that we can still be hopeful of stupidity and ignorance.
All right, quick follow-up question. He exploded when he put the ring on, so what are we gonna do to safely transport this particular item?
Well, I don't think we're going to put it on. I don't know if it was putting it on that was the problem, though. I think it might have been getting too far away from the other one.
Too
We're
far
gonna be
away
bringing
from the
it.
other one. Shit,
We're gonna be bringing
yeah.
it back.
Dusty is just gonna go ahead and like look to see if he has like a ring that's obvious on his finger, and if he does, he's just gonna go ahead and just try to pull it off of the bone.
So, kind of looking down at his hands, you realize that he is not wearing a ring on his finger.
I'll look through his pockets, see if if he took it off, put it in the pocket.
Looking through his clothing, you find it in the breast pocket of his vest. There, in fact, is a ring, but it's made of a very strange looking metal. It's black with these luminescent purple veins that kind of look like roots. Kind of all through the band. Oh my god. Yeah. Good
You see,
lord.
it's the fanciest ring. What did I say?
Yeah, it's pretty fancy. All right, well, I guess if we're not robbing the dead, then we got what we came for.
All these people on the train died because of a runaway groom.
Or they died because of a lady that couldn't stand being spurned. Listen, if you lived as long as anybody has, you've been left once or twice, and you got to learn how to get along with it and just move on. I don't know.
This is turning into quite the sad tale. Which, to be fair, sells better, but it's still sad.
So, are we gonna take this ring back to them, back to that lady, set all these ghosts free?
I mean, I suppose we should try. We might have to, the lady once we get there, but we'll see.
Maybe
But I ain't holding my breath.
maybe she'll free the town. She can keep the man.
Again, I feel bad for him. If that does end up happening, I kind of hope he just gets to be dead. That feels easier if she's the kind of lady that might, murder a whole town when she's upset with you. But we got to do what we got to do because there's a whole bunch of people in that town. I figure we might as well try to reunite the rings, even if we can't reunite the couple.
Anybody who's taking a close look at this ring, if you'd like, you can make an Arcana check. Okay. So, certainly, Cash. Dusty, were you also rolling? Yep, okay. Excellent. Cash and Dusty, both of you looking at this ring and the material that it's made of, the purple veining is something that you have come across before in Dorathian artifacts. Again, what happened here in the Caldera was there was a kingdom that was rampant with magic. Just everyone used it on the daily. And eventually something happened, an event known as the Reckoning, where an arcane cataclysm happened, and the entire kingdom kind of was splinced. If you're a Harry Potter fan, it was parts of it were sent to different planes of existence. Some of it was buried underneath the ground. It all kind of happened in an instant. And now people come to this crater, this caldera, and mine magic items, spell books, potions, things of that nature from this ancient kingdom out of the ground instead of precious metals, the way that it was in our own, well, in the United States. So now a bunch of Easterners are coming in to do that and send all these magic items back east. The ancient kingdom was known as the Dorathians. For whatever reason, that a lot of Dorathian metals tend to kind of have this property, this black shot through with these purple roots, these purple veins. And this is like indicative of an item that was specifically set up to receive enchantment, to be magically enhanced somehow. And with the particular metal, both of you also realize that this seems to have been a part of a arcane lock spell.
I think Cash is like looking at this ring very closely, and then all of a sudden he just says, "A lock."
What does
Sure
that?
as shit ain't a ring.
What does that mean? Lock.
This was more than just two rings. There's some kind of lock. You see, like, Cash is just scratching his head as he looks very, very perplexed and confused at these rings.
Like a key to her heart. Now it's broken because he left and it went boom. Or like a lock, like to a chest. Or like a door.
I reckon the latter, but that's a good line. That's a very good line.
A good title. It could be, yeah. A good title for your key to her heart. A good title.
Then it goes boom. I like it.
So what if it was some sort of trap lock? Like you get the key too far away from the lock and the whole thing
Goes boom.
don't steal the king's jewels, if you know what I mean. By which I mean literal jewels, which would be in some sort of chest that was locked.
Well, now they got this out of a place, right? Like they found some place in the
A
mine.
tomb. We used to crack into them sometimes. Find all sorts of shit in there.
What if the wizard was like really crazy and like set this lock up so that somebody was trapped down there to guard the place, and if they went too far away they'd blow up, so they were like stuck there. And what if she was scared that he was going to leave her, so she wanted to trap him? It's very obvious that Balmia is just like not really in with this whole like thinking this thing through, and this is just kind of, she's rambling.
There's something that isn't sitting quite right with me. That graveyard. Why is it that when Ernest is there, he remembers everything? And he says when he's there that he remembers.
Could be one of them hollow ground situations. Need a couple of them back when I was growing up. Similar things. Well, maybe not similar, but
And why is he haunting the graveyard, but also part of the spectral scene that unfolded before us?
now I don't suppose that maybe. Well, no, maybe the version in the graveyard. You think that was him, right? That wasn't just somebody putting on some sort of airs for us, some sort of performance.
Wonder what would happen if we got the woman and took her to the graveyard.
Mm,
They should talk.
they
They
should.
They got things to work out no matter what you
Well,
think.
And we did tell her that we were coming to get Cash because Cash is good at talking. So maybe he
Oh,
could
hey.
be one of them.
That's so sweet.
Facilas.
I really appreciate that.
Well, yeah, we are, Cash. You're always really much better than me. But
We really did talk you up there.
Yeah,
Really,
we did.
Yeah.
maybe Cash could oh, what's that word? Real big one.
Ensorcel.
No, not ensorcel. Not ensorcel. Facilitate. Validate.
Facsimile, I think, is the word you were looking
Facsimile.
for.
Maybe Cash can facsimile.
Dusty looks
facsimile.
very proud. He looks very proud of himself. He just figured out the hardest puzzle and he knew it right away.
He can maybe Cash can facsimile the conversation between the two of them.
I have facsimile to good conversation in my day. It shouldn't be too hard.
I do recall that we also did say we would bring back whatever was left of poor Ernest to the bride to be. I don't know if this maybe contradicts the other plan we have in motion, but I think it might be a good idea to bring the body back just in case, because it does seem she is not entirely aware of the deadness of everyone in town. And maybe having a body and a ghost might help convince her, bring her back to whatever sort of reality we are forced to exist in at this moment.
Yeah, don't you worry. I'll take care of that. And she's gonna pull off this duster that she wears, and this duster it's old, it's beat up, it's got patches in it, and it's kind of been stitched. And there's spots where you can see it looks like there was a patch, and then something was there, and it was removed. And she kind of lays it down, and then gathers up his skeleton and plops it inside of her duster, and then like ties some pieces together and makes like a sack to carry these bones in.
Well, all right. We have a plan.
We're gonna go back. We're gonna take the rings and the body. We're gonna talk to the woman, take her to the graveyard, and you're gonna flatulate the conversation between the two of them.
I think maybe we should keep the ring separate from the going and fetching the woman part, just in case there's some other explosive consequences to them reuniting.
Okay. You want to hide somewhere at the ring?
I ain't really the hiding type.
You'll kind of turn to Wilford. Hold the ring out.
Hold on. I'm good at hiding, but not good at
Exploding?
shit. Give me the ring. Give me the ring. Yeah, I'll hold it.
He'll hand it over.
He kind of flinches as you drop it into his hand, like it's gonna burn him. All right, it's in my pocket. Come on, let's go. I don't want to hang on to this any longer than I have to.
You see the train pulling away from the station and starting to chug its way towards you, starting to pick up speed.
Should we watch this? See what happens?
I kind of want to see it.
I kind of do too.
Maybe at a safe distance.
Yeah, the ghost could hurt us, so maybe we should definitely back up.
Before they leave the tracks, though, Dusty is just gonna pull a coin out and set it on the train track, and then he'll run away to a safe distance.
And that's when we learn Dusty caused the entire thing. No, so you back away. Does anybody have a rifle or a spyglass or anything like that? Molly, you do? Okay.
Oh yeah, I have a rifle.
All right. So I would imagine that if you wanted, you could use the scope on your rifle and kind of be able to see in better detail. I don't know how much distance that you all were planning on putting, but it sounded like you were being somewhat cautious. So it sounded like it was probably a fair distance away. So you managed to find, like an outcropping of rock or something that's pretty easy to kind of mount and look through your scope, watch this train approaching. And it starts to chug down the track, picking up speed, and you're watching and you find where Ernest is, and you're kind of watching him. And you watch him and he looks down at his hand and you can see the ring is on his finger at that point. And he kind of like raises his shoulders and sighs like an exhale of relief. Maybe. He reaches down and pulls the ring off of his finger and puts it into that pocket where you found it. And he kind of seems to resign himself. He kind of like leans back and relaxes in his chair, kind of puts his head against the chair back. And just as the train approaches the place where you basically found it next to on the track, there is this massive flash of the same kind of ectoplasmic energy, that fire smoke liquid that just kind of seems to happen all of a sudden, and it emanates from Ernest. And when that wave hits the boiler of the engine, you watch the boiler split open and there's a massive ghostly fireball that engulfs the front of the train, and the entire thing careens off of the tracks, slams into the dirt, and disappears in that same kind of dissipation, leaving the rusted metal hunk of train wreck that you just explored behind.
I think Molly would have been paraphrasing that entire thing as it was happening.
Well, shit.
So it was when he took the ring off.
Well, it was more.
Don't put the ring on.
It was more like when he relaxed after taking it off. I think that's just kind of coincidence, maybe. It could be a distance thing. It could be a fact that he wasn't wearing it. Could be a time. I don't know. It don't real matter right now. We have to go back with this ring. See if we can put an end to this story retelling itself over and again.
Yeah, Dusty will just, having seen the crash now, turn back towards the town and start walking back.
You're not getting your coin.
Oh, thank you. Might have lost it in the confusion. There was a little bit of excitement there.
I'll go check the coin, see if it did get flattened.
It did not get flattened. However, it is glowing with a slight blue glow.
He'll pick it up and kind of hold it up and say,
Well, ain't that strange?
didn't work. Not exactly. I'll just slip it back into his pocket.
Okay.
As we get back.
So,
oh,
go ahead, please.
Cash, on their way back, Cash just starts whistling his a very sad tune. Sad and somber.
Okay. You make your way back to the town. The rest of the town is empty. It's devoid of ghosts now. You can see, as you approach, Isla is still standing in the window of this house, still watching. As you begin to near, her posture changes slightly. You can see her brow might kind of furrow a little. She sees you approaching. You all hear as you kind of head to the front door. What have you done? What have you done?
Now listen here, Missy. It's not what we done, it's what you done and what this ring has done. This ring done blown up your boyfriend.
Cash, this would be a great time for you to use them great talkie skills that we told her about to try to convince her to come to the graveyard with us, because she seems a little might peeved off right now.
Now, may I come in? This would be much easier to talk if we're not talking through glass. Sort this out.
He's dead.
Cash is just gonna walk in and go upstairs.
You killed him.
Listen.
You killed my husband.
Cash, as
Lady,
you're
he
walking,
left
She's
you.
the talking type.
as you walk through the front door, the floorboards in this house start to like move independently of one another, like up and down, and all of you can hear like things like breaking, like wood splintering, and this house is like shaking and moving all of a sudden.
Cash, maybe head back out this way.
That house
Cash is
looks
gonna
like
continue. Oh, sorry.
It's about to blow up. You might want, yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's going to be covered with spiders.
Cash is gonna continue upstairs.
I didn't really kill that spider earlier. He's still in there.
We all gotta go in. We all gotta go in.
Yeah,
Come
Cash
on, we started the
disappears
job
inside.
together. We gotta end it together. To hell with all of you. I'm going in.
Yep. Belmia goes in too.
Both
Okay.
pistols are out, and Dusty is following.
All right, Molly.
Sorry, guys. Molly's going to head back out to the
See ya.
street.
Peace.
Peace. I'm going to take up my vantage point looking at that window.
Okay.
Because if she appears in the window, then I've got my sights on her, and I got a gun
All right.
that's going to take care of her.
Okay. The rest of you mount the stairs. Belmia making the same entrance production up the stairs that she made before, at a much faster speed this time, obviously. And you find Isla where you left her. But as you kind of round the doorway and look into the room, you realize that she has changed a little. Her eyes now appear as empty sockets. Her cheekbones are sunken to cling against the skull beneath. You can see the tibia and fibia beneath the skin of her arm, and her hands have become bony implements with leather stretched across them. She is pale and most certainly deceased. Though she is deceased, she turns her head skeletal, her lips drawn back in your direction, and once again, she levels the accusation.
You killed Ernest.
Her eye sockets then burst into blue flames. We're going to go back into initiative order. We're just going to keep the same one that we had earlier to save time. So, Molly, you are up first.
Perfect. I've got my rifle out. I am aiming through the window at this corpse bride to be lady. In fact, my first shot from the rifle is going to be one of my arcane shots. So I'm going to use the seeking bullet. So basically, once you choose one creature you've seen in the past minute, and I'm going to fire my, not arrow, but the bullet.
Right.
So I shoot. Yeah, and it's going to go around corners, up the stairs, basically to her. It ignores 3/4 cover and half cover. And it's going to attack her. I have to make attack roll to see if the attack, but it also needs to make a dex saving throw.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead and roll your attack, and then dex save. What is the DC for the dex save?
13.
Okay. So she's going to pass the dex save.
Okay.
What you got on your
So,
attack?
my attack is a 22. No, yeah, 22.
22. Okay, that will hit.
Okay.
Does this attack count as magical? I'm assuming so because it's a special thing.
I'm not sure if we're high enough. I've looked through my character sheet. Nothing says it is. So I'm not sure if that comes at a higher level than what
It's the
we're
arcane
at.
archer feature. Is that what that is? Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna say so. I mean, it's in the fucking name, arcane archer. So I think that should qualify.
Okay. So she doesn't take the force damage because she dex saved.
Okay.
From it.
What was
But
the total
she will
again?
take damage from my. That's a good one. 7 + 4, so 11 points of damage from the actual bullet.
Okay. So, oddly enough, you kind of look and sight the target through the window, but then you either turn in the direction of the front door, or when you fire, the bullet comes out and goes instead through the front door of the house, up the stairs, and around the party members that are, standing in the doorway, and tags this lady. And all of you who can see her see this kind of, again, this ectoplasmic blood, kind of viscera kind of spatter on the wall behind her as she reels from this shot that came from behind you.
So, and using that, I learned basically your exact location, though I can still see her through the window. So I am going to use my second attack to just shoot, and I basically move the rifle back up. Down. I'm shooting through the window at her.
Okay, sure.
And this is with just a normal bullet. It's not an arcane shot, but we are talking about a 17 to hit.
That will hit.
Sweet. For another 11.
Another 11. Okay. That becomes Belmia.
Okay. Belmia's gonna let go of the jacket she's been carrying with the duster with the bones and let it hit the floor. When it hits the floor, it kind of like unfolds, and Ernest's corpse is like there. And she's gonna immediately use her bonus action to go into a rage. She's gonna start walking forward up towards the lady, and as she's walking forward, she goes, Uncle Pappy always used to say, well, Belle Mia, when someone tries to kill you, well, you try to kill him right back. And as she's saying this and she's activating her rage, she's a Totem of the Wolf barbarian. So this kind of moonlit colored wolf kind of like runs out from nowhere and kind of starts to circle around her. And then it like howls. And anyone that does a melee attack, as long as I am adjacent to her, regardless of position, has advantage on all attacks against her now as Totem of the Wolf. And then she's gonna say this. The wolf's gonna come out and kind of give a howl, and then I'm gonna take 2 swings at her with the great axe. Okay, that's a 7 because my dice apparently are not happy with me tonight. That's better. That's a 18.
That will hit.
Okay, and then D12s, 8, 9, 11, 11 damage, 11 slashing damage.
It's a popular number. Is this magical?
No, it's just my standard great axe. I don't have a magic weapon.
Okay. So you notice as you swing through her that your weapon, it's almost like swinging it through water. There's some resistance, but not a normal fleshy resistance. She has resistance to the damage, so 11 becomes 6. That means, okay. That was Belmia. Wilford, it is your turn.
I am going to just kind of follow Belmia's lead and sort of like do a somersault so that I'm coming up like right under this corpse bride and just unload both shots right into her. And the idea here is being able to use my sneak attack damage, hopefully, because I'm not hidden, but I do have an ally adjacent to my target.
Absolutely.
So here comes the roll. Hey, that's pretty good. 22.
That'll definitely hit. Absolutely.
Okay. All right, so I get 3d6 plus 3 with the shotgun, which is 11, and then sneak attack damage 7, so total of 18 damage all up.
Okay. Is your shotgun magical?
It is not.
18? Okay. So she will take half of that.
Wah, wah.
You notice that the buckshot that rings out from your shotgun, a lot of it passes through her and embeds itself like in the ceiling and the wall without any ectoplasm like trailing it. But about half of them seem to kind of pull parts of her like essence, like in a kind of a vapor trail behind them as they exit.
And then I'm going to continue rolling. I actually roll through her, like through her ghostly form, and I'm going to use a bonus action to disengage and move as far as I can in the other direction so that I'm no longer adjacent to her. So it's just sort of like a and then just like roll through. And I imagine outside Molly sees like part of the roof just like blow outward since I like shot the shotgun up into the air.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's like shingles and like roofing support structure material that like rains down beside the house outside. All right, Cash.
Cash is gonna look. Does he see the ring on
her finger? Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Cash looks and he's still trying to talk to her and just, if you stop all this now, we can let you talk to him. He's right outside. He's at the graveyard. We can lead you to him. you can talk with him, and as he's saying that, he kind of is like holding up his hands, and he as he does so, he lets down one of the hands and then quickly throws up 2 daggers. He's gonna try and cast Hold Person on her.
Interesting. Okay.
Which is a wisdom
Okay.
saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. Okay, what does Hold Person do?
So choose a
quick.
humanoid that you can see within range. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be paralyzed.
Okay. So she is actually immune to paralyzation.
Nuts. Okay.
Yeah. So you can describe what it looks like as you kind of attempt the spell if you want.
Yeah.
Or yeah, but it won't take
And that-
hold, unfortunately.
Yeah, he feels like this like hole, you know, like where this magic he might have felt the like the tension of the magic kind of going from him to another, but he just feels it fall short. But he's still going to try and get his way, kind of weasel his way closer to try and put himself by the ring.
Okay. Is your intention to close with her?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, you're able to close the distance of this bedroom and move right up beside her. You can feel as you get closer, like there is. So, like, if you've ever been like inside of an ice house, like a giant block of ice, where you get close to it and you can feel the cold that it's putting off. Kind of almost like if you pulled something hot out of the oven, it's kind of the inverse of that. When you get close to her, your breath is like coming out in fog, and you can feel the chill that's coming off of her currently.
As a bonus action, Cash looks to Belmia. Looks like you're going to have to do a little more talking with that axe, and give her bardic inspiration.
All right.
Excellent.
I got that.
As you kind of turn and say that to Belmia, who's pretty much just right beside you, the ghost in front of you falls into the floor and disappears. Suddenly, a lamp from across the room flies at, let's see, Belmia. Belmia, what is your armor class again?
15.
15. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Okay, this lamp like slams into you. What is... Okay. And you are going to take... Oh, wait. Okay. All right. So we're going to say this bedroom is about 30 feet long, and that's how far the lamp flew. So it slams into you with considerable force, and you're going to take 13 points of bludgeoning damage. This thing flies at you, not quite with the speed of a bullet, but pretty damn fast. And as it flies through the air, you can see kind of a trail of ectoplasm, that kind of, again, somewhere between smoke and liquid, kind of trailing behind it through the air until it smashes against the back of Belmia.
Is that before or after the half damage for my rage? Is that before?
Before. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Anybody who's watching sees the fragments of this lamp kind of laying on the ground after it has shattered against Belmia, and this kind of ectoplasmic trail oozes out of it back into the floor and disappears from sight again. Dusty, it is your turn.
Well, shit. I really needed to see her for what I wanted to do. I'm gonna start running down the stairs. I'm gonna try to get to whatever room is below us.
Okay. Yeah, Dusty, you kind of bound down the stairs and round the banister, kind of run underneath, push open this door. And you kind of run into this room and you realize that it's the kitchen. There's dozens of sharp implements and heavy pots and pans kind of hanging from various hooks all over the ceiling.
Do I see her at all?
You don't see her. It is kind of cold in this room, though.
Then I will just slam the door back shut with me on the outside of it. I would like to not be there when she has her go again.
Okay. Your wolves? Are they still around? I think they are.
Has it been an hour?
No, I don't think so. It was a mile,
Okay.
like less than a mile, so...
Yeah, it was a
I
mile
doubt
there
it.
and back with a little bit of time for searching. Okay, so I'll just command them to search and attack if they find her.
Okay. So they start kind of like sniffing around, as if they're tracking something. A lot of them are starting to act like, a hound does whenever something is treed. Like their kind of like hackles go up and they're starting to growl. But you realize it's all 8 of them, and it's at like the corner of where the wall meets the floor, or like the door to what looks like maybe a closet. And like they're just like they chose basically whatever closest spot it was and are alert at the house.
If I'm able to, I will just yell to everybody, "We should get out!"
All right, back to the top. Molly.
So do I see her at all?
No, you do not. She does not appear to be present at the moment.
Well, I'd like to hold my action then for when I do see her. Because as soon as I see her, I will shoot. Otherwise, we'll just ready it.
That's fair. All right, Belmia.
Bellamy kind of like looks around and breathes really hard and huffs and puffs a bit and well, fuck. Let's I don't know what to do. I mean, do we just blow this house up? Maybe she can't hide if we make the house go away, right? I mean, that makes sense. No, I mean, it's really all she can do. I mean, I guess just ready in action in case the woman comes in range of her, and then that's it.
All right, that's fair. Wilfred.
Okay. I think I know. I think I'm gonna ready an action too, but Austin just said in the
Fair.
chat she's gonna like show up and it's gonna be like I think I'm also gonna ready an action. I can move and then ready an action, yeah?
Yes.
Or okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and move to the door of the room so that I'm looking out into the hallway and the stairwell.
Okay.
Just so we have eyes everywhere. And then ready an action for if I see her, take him a shot.
Got it. Okay. Cash.
Patch is going to be looking around. He is going to move downstairs as if he can, and is going to take this very strange little jar, or this jar from that's been swinging from the side of his pack, and he is going to just scratch his head, look at it. Well, this might help. Better than nothing. And he opens up this jar, and right away, this huge wisp of smoke comes out, and it creates this form of this kind of ghostly apparition as he casts Conjure Elemental using his
Okay, nice.
Sensor of Controlling Air Elementals. One rare
Excellent.
item.
Okay. So now this air elemental has joined in the fray. Does it go on your turn? Probably.
Goes on its own turn.
Okay.
And yeah. It got a 10.
10. All right. Okay. All right, so you like open this sensor and this being kind of materializes beside you. That was Cash. Okay. Cash, you have no sooner come off the bottom of the stairs to activate the sensor, and you may not even realize it because you've kind of just like, come off the bottom of the stairs and have immediately turned to do this. Wilford, where you're standing, kind of keeping eyes out here in the hallway in the stairwell, you notice the banister like remove itself from its supports and begins coiling almost the way a rattlesnake would. It is then going to attack Cash. Cash, what is your AC again?
12.
12. Okay. All right. That is going to hit. Oof. You watch, Wilford, as this thing kind of like rears up like a snake. The position or the shape of its head doesn't change or anything, but like the end of the banister is kind of this almost rounded kind of knob of wood, almost like the head of a club is now. And where, a snake would normally bite with its strike, this thing is basically just kind of like jabbing with its kind of club end. But it does seem to be trailed with the same ectoplasmic energy as you saw before. Okay. You are going to take Cash in the point in the type of damage is necrotic. You're going to take 19 points of necrotic damage as this thing slams into you. if you would please make a Constitution saving throw.
The 2.
A 2?
Yes.
Okay. Your hit point maximum is reduced by that same amount as you feel the life force sapped out of you by this banister snake. Elsewhere in the house, you all can hear the continuing of like splintering wood, groaning structural noises. This house is not clear. It is now Dusty's turn.
Dusty is going to follow his own advice and exit the premises. It feels like a bad time to be inside of this house. He's just going to run out and then just both guns turn and just like shoot 2 bullets just into the house.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll your attacks.
So 23 and a nat 1.
And that 1. Okay.
I'm running flailing and like literally can't hit the broadside of a barn.
So one of them absolutely will hit, and you can go ahead and deal your damage. The other one, like, you shoot, and it would have hit the house, but that corner of the house is basically, like, uprooted itself, and the boards have flayed out and made finger-like appendages, which then kind of, like, slam back into the dirt, almost like a hand clawing its way out of the grave.
That'd be 11 points overall.
And is your weapon magical again?
Unfortunately, no. That's just a pistol.
No, a pistol. All right, so it'll take 6. Okay. The house continues to groan and shimmy and shake. Cash, it is your elemental's turn.
This elemental has a fly speed of 90 feet. And it can just like, so it's going to, it's going to zoom around, and it can fit into spaces as narrow as 1 inch. So it's going to fly around the house and try and find maybe the lady, the ghost lady.
Interesting. Okay. Have it roll a I guess an investigation. Does it have any kind of like special senses of any kind?
It's dark vision, and other than that, not really.
Okay. Some creatures have like blind sight or true sight or things like that might have done something. Okay. So what does it get on its investigation?
Ooh, I rolled a nat 20, which means it got an 18.
Oh shit. Oh my god. That's fair. Okay. Let me see what she's got here. Okay. So your elemental finds a finds in the main room of the house, the chandelier seems to be dimly glowing with blue energy, similar to Dusty's coin. So it would probably think that that might be where she's hiding.
So, yeah, as soon as they think this air elemental thinks that it's found the ghost, it's going to make two slam attacks against this chandelier, which is a 19 and an 18 to hit.
Both will hit.
And 22 points of bludgeoning damage.
And do they count as magical?
I don't think so.
Okay. So that'll be cut down to 11. It's just bludgeoning damage, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Okay. So this air elemental just starts wrecking this chandelier. I mean, just shattering these crystals or glass or what have you, and kind of rending the brass apart. And yeah, there's kind of this mournful wail as the ectoplasmic energy kind of shudders in this chandelier and kind of starts to drip from it. But it is still alive. Wolves. Dusty, your pups.
Yeah. I'll tell the dogs to all bite any part of the house that is moving. That seems like my best bet.
Sure. In a different kind of film, all of the wolves would kind of look at you with this kind of sideways head.
You guys, the walls are moving and I need you to attack it. No, I would want them to hug it. Okay, so that's nat 20, so that's a 24, 19, 10, 23, 11, 13, 24, and 10.
Okay, so the 10 is going to not basically be able to do much damage.
Sure. So
the rest will actually make
6 out of 8.
contact.
Okay. Shit, and I have to actually roll this now because these are not minions anymore. Oh god, I have
It's
1,000
true.
tabs. Sorry.
You're good.
Okay, that's 7 damage. I'm not gonna roll it. It's a wolf. It's 7. It's got a
7,
thing
and you
right
said-
there on the thing.
Sure. And you said 5 of them hit?
Yeah, 7 piercing.
Okay.
6 of them. There's 8 of them.
6 of them.
Missed.
Okay. So they're gonna. Cause I don't think their attacks are magical. So she'll
No,
take-
I don't believe so.
Okay, so she'll take 4 from each of them, and there were 6 that hit, so 24. Okay. These wolves are tearing parts of this house just asunder, and just ripping off banisters and tearing at door frames. This house is beginning to collapse in on itself, but it is still writhing around in this kind of existential agony. Molly, you're up.
So having seen the house growing like hands and shit, Molly's just going to unload into the house itself, and I'm going to action surge to do it again. So I'm going to shoot 4 times with the
Okay.
rifle. And I've got sharpshooter, just so I'm going to take the -5 to do more damage. So we'll see what happens.
Okay.
That was probably a bad time to do it because I rolled really low. Okay, so 9, 9, 10. I think those all miss. And then
They do.
19.
That one hits.
Okay. So that was so anticlimactic. But takes an additional 10 plus what I roll here.
There's something so amazing about a sharpshooter taking 4 shots with a rifle at close range at a stationary house and missing 3 of them.
Right?
Yeah.
And the one that does hit does 17 damage.
17. All right. So. Yeah, and I imagine it's actually, these other shots are probably hitting. It's just, they're superficial damage or something. It's not, getting deep enough to damage her. However,
I knocked off the trim. I
Right.
hit the weather vane. Yeah.
Exactly.
not fun.
However, the shot that you did land is enough to kill her. So, Molly, if you would like, please describe how you kill the ghost of Isla Mayweather.
So imagine all these shots are like ting, 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 not doing much. But that last shot maybe finds an open window or something and heads right straight for that same chandelier that the air elemental was on, and hits like one of the little glass dangly bits in the middle that had the most blue ectoplasmic origin, and it just shatters it. And at that point, the house groans. Hope you guys aren't in there, but groans for the last time and howls, like you said. And it's almost like it grows and has like almost human form in its agony as the whole house kind of like stretches up as it's wailing before it completely collapses into a pile around all of you guys.
This house falls in upon itself with this kind of, ghostly wail.
No, my love.
Dusty
then-
yells, "He left you and he was right to."
Grows, the house collapses and then grows still. One of you, who is inside, just a volunteer, if you would, please. Anybody? Kenya, okay. As you emerge, describe your characters, all of you, each of you, from this pile of rubble. Belmia, you emerge with Isla's ring.
Belmia, she was still up on the second floor in that room. She kind of rides the floor planks down and lands, and the roof comes down on top of her, and her big. I'm in the middle of a dramatic scene, Kat.
She's like, I know, I hear it.
I needed to include myself. So the roof falls down on top of her and everything, and she kind of just, you just see it as the roof hits the ground, and then all of a sudden it almost bows back up as she kind of busts her way out and throws the pieces of the shingles and stuff off of her, and then she just starts well, hell, now I dropped it somewhere over, and she starts kind of kicking through all this rubble, and then she goes, here it is, good. Oh, Uncle Pappy, oh man, I couldn't lose this. And she puts her jacket back on, and as she goes to put her jacket on and she flips it up, she hears this like tink 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 sound, and she looks over and sees the ring kind of rolling away, and she picks it up and she goes, well, that was easy. And she puts it in her pocket and dusts her jacket off a little bit and finds a new tear in it. She's like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to get that fixed. And she kind of starts digging her way out through the rubble.
Dusty will holster his pistols and start walking over, help Belmia out of the rubble, kind of dust her off a bit, and wave a hand over the tear in her coat and cast mending on it.
There you go, good as new. You got to be able to fix things when you're living out here.
Well, thank
can I
you.
just-
Thank you kindly.
Look around to see if everyone else is still doing okay. and then glance towards the graveyard as well to see if we can see what's going on there.
A fist clutching a shotgun sort of busts out of the rubble, and Wilford heaves himself up. One eye is sort of like swollen closed, and he has a few cuts that are bleeding, and he pulls a like lumber nail out of his neck that got stuck in and tosses it on the ground. And he just like very pats himself down, finds a cigarette that he rolled earlier, lights the match on the stone tooth that he has replacing one of his lost ones, and lights the cigarette. That wasn't too bad.
You hear this howl coming from deep within the rubble as cash explodes from the timber and the stone. Found it. I found the spider. Dusty, why didn't you get rid of it? As Cash just runs away and is like patting himself down. Is it on me? Is it on me? Oh, good lords. And yeah.
Outside of the wreckage, watching it all collapse and seeing, thankfully, that the 4 members of the posse have, survived this falling of the house. Molly is just, she's leaning casually on her rifle, and when they kind of gather and they're getting all close enough, she's like, yeah, that's why they called me Dolores Deadeye Donovan. And then she just starts walking away towards the graveyard.
So, I don't know what all y'all are thinking about this, but I'd like to kind of blow this place up.
Here, you can have my dynamite.
She opens up the duster and lifts like a flap that's sewn into it. She's like, I brought my own. Thanks, sweetheart. Mind if I use that light though?
He passes the cigarette to you.
She grabs a stick and just kind of starts waiting for it to hit and throws it into the middle of the house. We might want to mosey. Hands him his cigarette back.
There's the obligatory shot of the 5 of you walking down the street towards the cemetery, and the house behind you just blows up in this massive mushroom cloud. And as you approach, kind of walking, of course, in slow motion, we just hear the voice once more of Ernest.
Thank you.
And before your eyes, he disappears from the cemetery. And that is where we're going to end. So, that was awesome. Thank you guys so much. I had an absolute joy running this. I hope that you enjoyed it. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that you can plug anything that you'd like to plug. Tell the people where they can find you on the internet, etc., etc. And then we're going to call it an evening. So we'll go in reverse order, if I can remember what the order was. I think M, you were last, so you go first.
Cool. Yeah, that was great. That was so fun. Yeah, that was just really, really fun and a really great game. So thanks. So happy to have been able to play it. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Excellent. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to have you on, M. Next, we have... I don't remember who went next. We're going to go with Matt.
Yeah, I'm Matt. This was such a fun game. I absolutely love like fantasy Western. Ever since I played Deadlands in college, I've just been like jonesing to get back to it. So this is really fun. And Jeremy, it's always a pleasure to be at your table. So in terms of plugging stuff, we've got the Archer's Vault Adventure Kit up on Kickstarter right now. I mentioned that at the beginning of the game, but if you are interested in that, you should definitely go check it out. We funded today, which is really exciting. So thanks again, everyone, for watching. And Jeremy, thank you for having me.
Absolutely my pleasure, Matt. Thank you very much. Yeah, I love Caldera. It's near and dear to my heart. Like I said, this is what I kicked the channel off with. So it's always a joy to be able to come back to it and revisit it, especially with players who haven't gotten the chance to play in it before. It's always really fun to get a new spin on it. All right, next we have Austin.
Well, thank you so much, as always. I'm so glad that we could hold you to that errant, thoughtless promise to run us a Caldera game at some point. And I'm also super happy that we could pull Kenya into this game and get her involved, because I think that was just a super fun time all around. Man, Jeremy, I am so mad that you pulled that ghost into the floorboards when you did. I was sitting there with a heat metal spell, waiting to make her life miserable, because I was like, oh, I'm going to get that ring. I want to make her either take insane damage or be forced to take the ring off. And then it was like, and she disappears. What do you want to do? I was dying, and I never saw her again after that.
Well,
it's the first time I've ever taken heat metal too. I was like, it seems like a cool spell. No, you're good. That was super fun.
That would have been an incredible moment for sure, and I am very sorry that I robbed you of it. However,
no worries.
Also not sorry.
Yeah, exactly. I had a ton of fun as always. I have nothing to plug. I have no channel. I mean, I'll plug the Mission Impossible movies. I think they're really good. I know that they're popcorn movies, but like, 6 and 7 or 5 and 6, probably like some of the best cinema out there for pulp cinema. Look. That's it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I really enjoy Rebecca Ferguson. She's an awesome actress. I can't plug Dr. Sleep enough. Such a great movie. She is a terrifying
it's the
villain
spooky season. It's the spooky season. Watch anything by Mike Flanagan. The guy's good.
Yeah.
Haunting a Hill House, Haunting a Bly Manor, Midnight Mass takes a little different direction. Still good.
Midnight Mass is fucking great, dude. It's so good.
Hamish Linklater's fucking rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of Karen.
Yeah. This was great. I absolutely love this. I love playing with y'all. It's amazing. The characters are so fun. I have a channel, Myth and Gear. It's kind of quiet, but what I want to plug is next Wednesday here. Same great place, same great time. We're going to be back evermore. Yeah. Anyway, that's me. Have a great time.
Same great cast, as a matter of fact. So very excited for that. Very, very excited. And then next Friday, so not this coming Friday, but the one after Evermore, I'm also running Fear Street Scooby-Doo. So the players will be taking on the roles of the gang from Scooby-Doo, and they're going to be dropped in the middle of an actual slasher horror film. We're going to be using the Scream system to play that, which I'm very, very excited for. I think it's going to be a ton of fun. Okay, last but certainly not least, Kenya.
Hey, thanks again. Thanks everybody. You guys were all amazing. Our completely ridiculous accents and voices all night just my gosh. Oh my gosh, they were just all so funny. And yeah, you can find me on my channel. I stream on Sundays for the game I run. And then randomly when I do other things, if I feel like putting them up there. I also host on Friday nights. I host Cole Sparks. She runs Westocalypse, which is J.D. Sterling's apocalyptic Western style thing where we're mutants and you roll out your mutant traits and it makes the game so unbelievably fun. It completely just it just makes playing your character very fun because you can do so much with these mutations. It's a massive chart. Really good time. Yeah, other than that, just catch me on my channel, and I can't wait for Evermore next week. I can't wait to watch Scooby-Doo. It's gonna be good times. I have added that movie to my Netflix list while we were here, so I'll be watching that. And other than that, yeah, I think Belmia was a hoot, man. I loved her. She was just so cute in my head, and I had a friend who drew a picture of her for me. It's up on Twitter if you want to see it. It's amazing art. She's just adorable. I just want to cuddle her. But yeah, thanks for having me. Can't wait to see you guys next week.
Yes, and thank all of you very, very much once again for just every time that we play together, you guys completely take what I give you in stride and just roll with it and build upon it and make it 10 times better. And you always bring such thoughtful characters to the games that I've had you guys in, so it's deeply, deeply appreciated. If you like weird fantasy / supernatural Western stuff, when I was developing Caldera as a setting, I found a series of graphic novels called The Sixth Gun. These are incredible. If you like this genre of stuff, these take place not necessarily in a fantasy world, it's in our kind of alternate history. Just super well drawn, incredibly well written. The world building in it is bar none. I highly, highly, highly recommend it if you like this genre. A lot of Caldera definitely seeped information from that series. But excellent. If you watched with us live this evening, thank you so much. I love all of you as well as you players. But if you enjoyed this, then hit the like button. If you enjoy what I do here on the channel, then subscribe. Go out and spread the word. Share the love. It would be deeply appreciated as well. I think that's all I've got. So, until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.